Good morning, everybody. We are on day 2 of the Africa Book and Design Festival, and I'm sure everybody has been excited for this particular session. I know I have been excited for this particular session with Mom Barbara Masekela, who has written a memoir titled Poli Poli, and it is such an amazing book. I'm reading it, so I hope that everybody in the room will also grab a copy and read it because it's such an inspirational story. And I think a lot of people will relate to at least something in the book because her experiences from childhood all the way up to today pretty much encapsulate African reality and a lot of what we are all going through, especially as young Africans. So welcome,
Thank you.
Barbara. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for asking me.
I wanted to start by asking you, because obviously your formal title is a poet, an educator, an activist, but in your own words, who is Barbara Masekela outside of those particular words?
Well, among other things, I'm a mother. I've got 2 sons. One is now 54, and the other one is 34. And all my life, I've been known as Hugh Masekela's sister. That's, and it's something that I can't run away from. And my retort is always, he was my brother. So, yeah. So, and as I say in my book, you know, I grew up as the second child, and he was the firstborn. So I guess from the beginning, I had to learn. I'm a person who has had to learn how to assert myself in a different way from that in which my brother asserted himself. So in a way, I was able to become, you know, myself. Also, I think that I'm a family person. And today I have with me here my niece, Hugh's daughter, and the 2 grandchildren who are sitting over there. And throughout this journey of introducing the world to my book, it's been my family. I always have a family member hovering around, and I feel comfortable, you know, with that as well. But I was a lonely child. I was a lonely child who grew up with my grandmother. And in my life, imagination and memory are very important. Because I was living alone with my grandmother, who was at the time in her late 50s, and because we were raised very strictly at the time. I was born in 1941, and I grew up in the East, what was then called the Eastern Transvaal in Witbank, which is the coal mining capital of South Africa. So it was not a very exciting place to be in the 40s and the early 50s. And so and old people were very secretive. They didn't say much about their past or how they were raised. So I learned very early in life to put things together for myself. And sometimes my imagination ran away with me, and I would be very frightened. But I guess that's what happens when you're using your imagination. And so my father was a sculptor in his private life. My father knew Gerard Sekoto, one of the greatest painters in South Africa. He knew Ernest Mancoba. He knew Pemba. He knew all the artists because there were very few of them. But what was interesting is that at the time in South Africa, many of the missionary schools had art departments. So people did study art formally at places like Khaiso, boarding school, people were formally trained as artists, instructed as artists, not trained as artists. And so I grew up in a home where art was a commonplace thing. We knew when we were kids, we knew about Picasso, we knew about Giacometti, we knew about African art. My father bought books on masks, African masks and African art. And also my father was very, very eccentric, He was a person he worked as a civil servant because he had to. He had to maintain us. But basically, he was an artist, and he did his own research on art and knew the contemporary great artists. And actually, I think, realized at a very early age that they derived their artistry, they derived their conceptual thinking from African art. Which is why he was so interested in books on art, on African art, what they would call at the time primitive art, So I grew up under those circumstances where we traveled a lot. My father, we lived in 7 places by the time I was going to boarding school, My father was always moving from place to place. First, he was working as a mine policeman in Witbank, which is where he met my mother. And we went to City Deep, which is right here in Johannesburg. So we grew up in that area. Again, he was a mine clerk. Then we went to Painville Springs. My father worked in Benoni before then. He worked in Katlehong, in Natalspruit, and his last job was in Sharpeville. So one of the pastimes in my childhood is that when I was visiting my parents, is that we would go and visit our old houses where we used to stay, because my father was a great gardener. He loved landscape design. And wherever we lived, he built for us a fish pond with water lilies and goldfish in it and rocks. So I grew up in that kind of artistic, and in our home, there were lots of books. I was given presents. As a child, my father would buy us books for our birthday. And my father also did calligraphy. He was a great calligraphist. And so we grew up in that atmosphere of music and art and design.
So you're an artist in a way.
Well, I think I was an observer. My father taught us how to be aware at all times of our surroundings. And in my political life, in my private life, and in my social life, that has been a very important thing that I just don't, you ask people in Joburg, where is Main Street? They live there, they work there, they have no clue. They don't even know the name of the street, And to me, I find that very disturbing, because it means you just are, you're living life passively, unconsciously. You're oblivious of your surroundings. So my father also was a health inspector, but because he was an artist, and in order for him to become a health inspector, he had to know about poisons, about seeds, about woods, about stones. He knew all their scientific names. So again, insects and things, he knew all of those things. I mean, his work was to do campaigns on tuberculosis, see that people kept the milk clean, and ran the system, in Alexandra up to today. They don't have sanitation, modern sanitation. They have the bucket system. So as a social work, as a health inspector, he had to take care of all of that to make sure that people remained healthy. Because one of the great things about apartheid and what they used to call the color bar is that the greatest fear that white South Africa had was that black people lived in crowded places without sanitation. And the greatest fear was that a pandemic would arise in the black area and spread to the white areas. So if you look at places like on the East Rand, for instance, you find that they had very advanced sanitation. And in Witbank, where I grew up, we had water closets, as sanitation, which is very unusual. So those places which were near industrial centers, you find that they would have proper sanitation because they wanted to prevent the spread of any possible infection, mass infection to the white areas. So that's only a small part of who I am.
Yes, it is a small part of
So you'll have to come out in the open and ask me.
You have to read the book. So you talk about your father, and even in the book, I was actually surprised that you dedicated it to your brother, because in the book I thought that your influences from your family, and I'm glad that you said you're a family person, because the book is really about your family. Your grandmother, your Uma, I thought she would probably be the one you would dedicate the book to, or your father.
My grandmother and my brother, they are part of my DNA. Hugh was my best friend, but he was also my elder brother. But I was also his fan, and he was my fan because my brother knew that I could write. My whole family knew I could write, and Hugh was one of the people who, I think one of the things that I let him down with is that I did not write and publish a book while he was alive, But that is just as well, because he would have made it his own book. It would have become his book, But we had that kind of very warm relationship. And I often tell people that I probably am not married because I could never find anybody as witty, as intelligent, as humorous, as funny, as intelligent as my brother. Everybody was like, Because my brother was just a wonderful, great, very annoying person sometimes, but he was just a wonderful, a very talented human being, not only we were talking earlier about how my brother was a great reader, because our parents taught us how to read. And my grandmother, I talk a lot about my father, and maybe a little less about my mother, who is equally wonderful, but I'm going to write about her in my second book. I didn't live with my parents until I was about 11, 12, you know. I lived with my grandmother. So that's a person who, oh, this is the, I think, technology. So I can talk about them because I can see them from a perspective. But my brother, who lived with us, with my granny, until he was 5, you know, and my granny, they are part of me. They're part of my makeup. And that's why when I was called upon by myself to write a book about my life, I couldn't write it from a personal point of view. I had to put it into a context. And that context was historical context. And it was how I could explain to myself why my grandmother was the way she was, which is a very cold, terse, you know, withdrawn person who was humming a nameless song all the time, and who was very strict. I mean, you could be having a nice conversation with her, and somehow you would say the wrong thing, and she would stop you right there, and it would be the end of that little pleasant moment. So my book is really about how I came to be close to her and came to understand her, not as a cold, cruel human being, but as a conquered person, as a person who came from a generation of conquered people, closely conquered, in terms of the fact that when the Anglo-Boer War was taking place, the Second Anglo-Boer War, my grandmother was only a little girl, you know. So she grew up she was a Ndebele woman, and she grew up at a time when the Ndebele people had been completely dispossessed and dislocated. So I say to people, you know, you go to KwaZulu-Natal, and in KwaZulu-Natal, people are living in the territory where their forefathers lived. You go to the Eastern Cape, people are living in the territory where their forefathers lived. There are places where they can say this war took place. But if you come to the Transvaal, where all the minerals were, you know, nobody is living where their forefathers lived. But Pretoria, you know, was part of the Ndebele kingdom, and parts of the Eastern Transvaal up to, you know, close to the borders with Polokwane and so, you know, you can't say Springs. Your forefathers came from Springs or Benoni, you know, because those places are actually creations of the industrial age in South Africa. And for instance, when I was writing my book and I was doing research on Witbank, KwaGuqa, where I grew up, there's nothing about the people. All you find about KwaGuqa is about coal. You know, all kinds of discoveries of coal here and there, and the coal mining. That is the most important thing, not the people who lived there, you know, originally as their land. So when we talk about dispossession and dislocation, we always think about it in terms of apartheid. But in fact, it took place, you know, earlier, much, much, much earlier. So people like the Ndebele people were completely stripped of everything, everything. And they were really like travelers in their own country. The land that their forefathers and grandfathers, in the case of my grandmother, that land, they were now slaves on that land that they owned formerly. So if you read my book, you also see that when I talk about my grandmother and her sister, they were always talking about people who were working on farms, you know, like Bronkhorstspruit, Oorgies, Minnar, Welgedag, you know, all those little towns where there are farms, you know. And they had been scattered, you know, all over the country. And I think one of the saddest stories I read about was, it reminded me of Nelson Mandela, who I worked with and I will write about in my next book. I'm already, you know, coaching you for my next book that you must. But anyway, there was Chief Mampuru. And Chief Mampuru was the assassin of Sekhukhune. And Mampuru was arrested and he was executed. And I guess that's why they call this prison Mampuru, Chief Mampuru. But before he was arrested, he went to hide in the Ndebele tribe. And the Transvaal government, the Boers, wanted him to give up Mampuru. They wanted the Ndebele chief, Nyabela, to give up Mampuru and hand him over. And Nyabela refused to hand him over. So they arrested them. They executed Mampuru, and later on they released Nyabela. But he was the last king of the Ndebeles. And they released him. Of course, he had no kingdom anymore. Everything had been destroyed. And so he lived among the people till he died, trying to reconstitute the people who were on farms to, you know. And, but I say in my book, he must have been like Nelson Mandela, because when we grew up, we were not allowed to say his name. He was not allowed to be written about. His photographs were not shown in newspapers. Nobody knew how he looked until the day he was released, because his photographs were banned in South Africa. But Nyabela, it was the same time, you know, same kind of thing where he lived among the people, but he was a secret, you know. So my grandmother grew up under those circumstances where they could not mention even the name of Nyabela, where she had seen, you know, during the Anglo-Boer War, she had seen people on horses cutting off steaks from cows, live cows, braaiing, where she had seen something which we never saw, maybe a little here and there. But the fact is that the people, the white people who were in those areas were very poor white people. Apartheid was a means of lifting up economically the condition of the Afrikaners. And I say in my book, apartheid was designed so that a black person would never, ever see a disadvantaged white person. So you grew up with that idea that white people, and I'm sure it happens to you now, when you see a white beggar on the street, you wonder, why? How? Yeah. Well, you know, my brother had a joke, and I know it was a lie, but this was a joke that he had. He said, when he came back to South Africa, you know, when we were allowed to come back, he says he saw a beggar, a white beggar, in the street in Joburg, and this guy said, hey, man, give me some money. And Hugh said to him, but how come you don't have money? You know? How come you did not benefit? And the man said, where were you? And the man answered him, he said, I was in the struggle. So, yeah, but that was the whole, you know, that was the whole aim. And yeah, you were hard put.
Yeah. Yeah. And you guys should read the book, because she's very detailed about growing up. And like the small little details that you remember, I was like, how does she remember all these little details about growing up? That was when you were 7 years old, you know? But
you know, the thing is, I come from a very gregarious and talkative family. So if we were together for Christmas or a wedding or for a funeral, one of the entertainments was listening to the elders talk about the past and how they grew up, etc. For instance, I tell a story. My grandfather, Thomas Selema Masekela, was a Lutheran evangelist. And so he was going around converting people to Lutheranism. And of course, like everywhere else in Africa, the villagers resisted, some of them. They didn't want to become Christian. So one time when my grandfather, my aunts and uncles were young people, but the story was always told about how he ran into these Pedi women who were all dressed in Pedi clothing, and he ran towards them to scold them for being heathens, my grandfather. And they all turned around and showed him their backsides. And of course, they were not wearing panties. So that was a big joke in the family. I mean, it was like one of the things. So my family talked a lot, about how they grew up in the rural areas. My grandmother sold eggs to educate her children. It was a hard life. They lived on the Lutheran farm, missionary farms, but they had they respected education. And at some point when my grandfather had the means, he set up a school in Rantjiesfontein, which was called the Masekela School. And all my uncles and aunts taught in that school. When they finished their education, they taught there. So, yeah. So that's how we were schooled in our family history, and we knew that we were Masekelas. But I say in my book that we were never taught that we were better than other people. We were just taught that we were Masekelas, and we must always remember how Masekelas behave,
And, another thing, reading your book, and like you mentioned, you would listen to your grandma and her sister talking about the people who went to the farms, and some never came back. Your grandmother remembers a time when poor white people would come to beg for food, and the mother would stay in the caravan because of the shame of not wanting to beg. And it made me realize that this is not so long ago.
No, it's not long ago.
And yet today there are people who tell us that it was long ago, we need to forget about it.
No, it was not. It was not long ago. It was not long ago, and I think I don't know about forgetting about it, but I think we should put it into perspective. And the perspective that I tend to put it in is that I think that your generation, I know I see some gray hairs here and there, but I think that your generation, you tend to think that you have suffered the most, that you must have everything here and now when you demand it, But I think that it is very important that you should remember and you've not been taught that in school. Neither was I taught that in school. Occasionally there would be a teacher who would tell us about, the true history of South Africa, but most of the time we read about so-called Hottentots and Bushmen and, really people, the manner in which they were presented to us did not make us want to acknowledge them, But I think that for your generation, it is so important that you should really delve into the history of those earlier generations, because it will help you from focusing so much on yourselves and seeing yourself in perspective, because, if you read Plaatje, Solomon Plaatje, you read about how people lived, how black people lived, how they, like in the Orange Free State where you had a lot of white farmers, and in the Transvaal where you had minerals, how they were actually physically removed from the geographic areas that they were originated from, and how they had to go from town to town to town to town looking for a piece of land to cultivate and for their family to eat. And they would cultivate the land, get a harvest, and be thrown off. Because black people could no longer, because of the 1913 Land Act, they could not own land, So, I think that I say that about, not only about our history, but also about us as a people. That, for instance, do you know how people in Central Africa are living? Or people in Syria or in Yemen. When we were growing up, because we did not have TV and we did not have cell phones and we did not have the web, we had to find, a newspaper was something so valuable. It was not read only by the person who, it went around the location till it became tattered because everybody wanted to read about what was going on. When we were growing up, for instance, we were reading about people like Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, and about the whole independence movement and all of that, And it's important for us not to be cocooned in the so-called, contemporary world only of looking up things, of electronic communication and so on, but to actually to be familiarize ourselves to the life of other Africans, because maybe it can help us to understand how privileged we are. When I was talking to a friend on the phone the other day. We never went into a laboratory. In order to pass biology in matric, you had to memorize everything This is a petri dish. This is, and this is how we had to draw those things. Gemination, all that. We learned it not from practical, but from rote memory. We had, just as we had to memorize poetry, Victorian poetry, the daffodils and all of that, so we had to memorize zoology, botany, and all of that. We never went into a laboratory because there were none. There were no laboratories in African schools. So, self-education is very, very important. It's very important to see yourself not as a South African, but to see yourself in relation to other people, to other Africans. And by the way, they are not only on the continent of Africa, but they are in the Caribbean. They are in America. They are all over the world. In Latin America, they are Africans. And it is important for you to familiarize yourself with that, so that you can see yourself not as this narrow one country person, but as a person who also, because how come you can do it with rap, for instance? If you like rap, you don't like rappers from South Africa only. You want to know rappers. If you like jazz, you want to know jazz to be proficient. You want to know about jazz artists in other. If you are a painter, you want to know about great painters. So why do you want to limit yourself to being a South African when you have a whole continent, a whole world, which can challenge you? Because here you are just a small fish in a big fish in a small pond. But, when you see yourself as this multifaceted person who is represented all over the world, that's how Europeans, that's how white people think of themselves. They don't think of themselves as South Africans. They think of themselves as Europeans. That's why we were called non-Europeans, because they saw themselves as Europeans. They identified with European literature, music, painting, everything, And African diaspora, African origin is just as good. But the other thing I think we were very fortunate in is that it was unfortunate that we had to leave South Africa for some years and go into exile. But the great thing is also that by that we were exposed to so much culture, for instance, the cinema, if you live in England or anywhere in Europe, cinema, you can go and see old movies. I never knew until I went abroad that there was a whole history of Indian film, that cinematography, And these things are there, they're true, And I think they help to us to break down, certain conceptions that we have that are wrong, if we open ourselves to, to that experience. But before I go on, I want to say also that I think that we are also lucky because we had great artists. And I think one of those artists was Miriam Makeba, who broke through that. And you know, and all her life, her repertoire of music went beyond just being a South African. You know, she went beyond just singing uqongqothwana, and she was singing Brazilian music, African music, any beautiful music. She claimed it. Because, I mean, the world is there for you to claim. Because we all made a contribution to world culture, and we have a right to it. We don't have a right to be, you know, confined to a particular narrow worldview, but it's all there for us to grab, and we should.
We're running out of time. I had much more that I wanted to talk about, but I'll just rush it because I also think the audience would like to ask some questions. Because you were a part of the movement and you went into exile and you experienced the violence that came with fighting for freedom. What went wrong with the leadership in Africa after fighting so hard to liberate us? And now it's the very same people that were fighting to liberate us that are oppressing us. What do you think went wrong?
I don't know. I don't think that they are, you know, I don't think that they're formulated, you know, there are no, you know, yes, no kind of answer. You know, there is no short answer to that. And I think we are here precisely because of that, of the challenge to read. You know, because if you read Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the Kenyan writer, then you understand what happened in Kenya. Or if you read Aikwe Ama, The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born, the great Ghanaian novelist, you learn what happened. And everywhere it's the same story. It's the same story of greed and material, the attraction of material things, cars, labels, you know, of watches, earrings, everything. It's even food, you know. So I think that greed happened, and greed happened everywhere. It happened in the United States. It happened in England. It happened in France. It happened all over the world. And if you read about the condition of the working people in those European countries, they didn't even have toilets. You know, they suffered from the plague because of the dirt. There was no sanitation. So it's all of that. It's colonialism. It's how colonialism conditioned our thinking so that we thought in a very narrow way. And that when we came into power, we came into a system that was already set. We couldn't create, we didn't have an opportunity to create a new system. We had to adjust and adapt to an existing system that was designed for the benefit of people who had conquered us, you know. And so I think that when you look at African culture and African literature and you read about the Nkrumahs, etc., you begin to see the manner in which we did not have economic power, that the economy still benefited the country that had ruled you, you know. So it's complex. It's complex. I think that people like to make it simple, but it's quite a complex thing. But it's nonetheless something that we should fight against, and something we should make sure in every way that we can.
How? As a young person And I'm looking at places like Nigeria where the young people tried to stand up against their government and they were shot at. I read a part in your book where you say that your generation was taught to step in when the breach of any convention became a threat to human dignity, and no amount of arrests and torture deterred the fight. Where we are today, I'm honestly at a loss as to what we can do. How can we fight? Because like Mandla Langa said yesterday, the enemy was clear back then. What you were fighting for was clear. But today, we don't really know what we are fighting against, and it makes it difficult for us to take that kind of stand.
Yeah, but that's also because you are mired, in the very things that you say, how can you fight them? But you are part, you are addicted. You are addicted to the things, for instance, and also you are imprisoned in the system, because you have to pay your rent, I could go into exile and join the liberation movement, but you have to fight here. And you are co-opted, into the system in such a way that you are tied up in the system itself. And the fight is defined differently by different people. You might define your fight as, I need to have a car, a certain kind of car because of my status, whereas for some other person, it's what am I gonna children gonna eat, tonight, But you have been compartmentalized into some level or other of the whole system. And often, I think in South Africa for us here, I don't know, I would have to think differently of other countries, but I think the greatest weakness we have in South Africa is that we are trapped in the spatial geography of apartheid. So you and I can sit here and discuss and understand each other, but people, who are suffering most from the system, the majority of the people, we speak to each other, but we don't really have means of speaking to the greater mass of people. But that's where culture comes in again, that, events such as this one, lead to not end up here, but maybe you should think next year of having your thing in Mamelodi, or in Chartwell, I don't know, anywhere, And I'm not saying don't have it here. I taught in a university, and those universities had so much money to invite world-class writers and all, and you would go into the auditorium when the writer, the guest speaker is there, there's nobody. Precisely because they have so many other things to do that are available. There are so many other things competing for your attention. But it is you who decides that, okay, maybe this week I should devote so much time not to Beyonce, because it's so easy with Beyonce. You just switch on your radio, and there's Beyonce or whoever, but yeah, it's there, it's easy. It's more difficult to do the other thing, and as I say, for me, one of the most important things is what are we providing young people in the townships? What are we providing for their imagination to grow? You know, do we make sure they see a movie, or you know, is it only the popular stuff, you know, with violence and excitement and sensationalism that is available to them? Or do we really give them the opportunity to be exposed to quality cultural experiences where they are, where it can be done over and over again, you know? But another thing I think that is very important for modern day Africans is also to create exchange programs, you know, where artists from different countries can meet and exchange ideas and techniques, etc., and compete with one another as well.
We have time for probably one question. Two.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kagiso. I'd like to ask you, Gogo, what kind of conversation can we as the youth have to see ourselves as part of like we have a lot of self-esteem, but we don't have cultural esteem, and that's where a lot of us are going wrong in that, yeah, I can do it, but then do I say my family can do it? Do I say my community can do it? That's the thing and that's something also you mentioned, because you worked at a school that your family built. For me, it showed that your family has cohesion to succeed, hence why you could be a success, hence why the late Brahu could be a success. But then what I'm seeing today is that we don't have that. We don't have that. We are always chasing what I can have, that BMW, that Benz, that house in Woodlands or Woodhill or wherever. I'm looking for what I can provide for myself and for my immediate family, right? But then what kind of conversations can we spark to change that mindset from self-esteem to cultural esteem?
Well, I think that to a large extent, that question of culture is something that must emanate from the national policy of a country. You know, if you go to Russia, if you go to wherever, they have a national theater. They have ballet schools. They have schools where they really focus on finding talent and developing talent. But we have bought into, I would say, the Western popular culture construct, you know. In that culture, you get discovered. You know, one day you are just singing at a concert and some person sees you and says, oh, so-and-so has got talent, and they take you and you become a, you know, but that is what we have bought into. Because in most countries, it's not, every town not only has cinemas, but they have a theater, they have local theater. They have local sports, just as we have sports at different levels, but culture is the same way, so that people work their way through the system. And you can only do that if you have national cultural institutions and policies that focus on talent from its very earliest, you know, to its most excellent. you know, and that's where, and my family worked very hard. You know, my grandfather was not rich. We didn't have, the school he set up for the other underprivileged people, you know. Hugh was one of the hardest working people I ever saw. He died early because of that, because he worked all his life. And the people where he had his last apartment, they had never had a great artist live in the complex. And they commented on how every day at a certain time, they would listen to him practicing his trumpet. So he didn't just go on the stage and play. He worked till he died. He was practicing his trumpet. And one of the things about what we're talking about is mediocrity. You know, people make a hit record and they think they're world stars, you know. They never make another one. You know, they don't work, they don't improve, they don't find out what other people are doing, they don't innovate. They just keep on repeating the same thing over and over again. But being great means you work at it. You work at it all the time and you collaborate with people. You find, because you can't play music alone or paint alone. You have to know what other people are doing. And that's why you need the institutions, you know, for you to share with other people. I think you have to give him a chance to say something. Okay. Although I'm not in charge, but I tend to.
I don't think I really need that, but my name's Tsepo Koka, and what is fascinating?
I can't hear you. I'm afraid you'll have to.
I was saying it's always fascinating to listen to you speak, and especially when you recite growth and learning, because we have a conundrum of having set our standards to Western standards. We try and recreate settings that are alien to us in many ways. And to have to reclaim and regroup what is ours now seems to be an academic issue in many ways. So there is no way to inculcate into the younger generations.
To what?
To the younger folk about the world and who we are as an African people. Either than to show the way. So I just took a very cursory glance, and I see little ones whose parents have brought. That is the only way to reinforce into our children every opportunity we get to hold their hands and carry them to platforms like these, to make them read and get away from well, I kind of like Beyonce, but not so much of listening to the Beyoncés. Your family history, your history. I knew Brian Hugh pretty well, and all you could hear him talk about when he had a minute was my family, my family. So the ethos and the values that we get from our families go a long, long way. I asked a guide and a friend to come around. Within 15 minutes, he came running because he's like, there's an opportunity one more time. So we can never stop learning to whatever age, but it's important to grab the minds of the children while we can.
I think that's why it's important that wherever we are, we should agitate and fight for community institutions. Because it's not every family that is alike, you know. So that's why it's important to have community institutions where people can go on a regular basis. And because some families, people work. The mother and the father works. The children come from school, there's nobody at home, so there has to be a place where they can go, where there are trained people who can help them to develop as well. I'm quiet now because I know you want to finish.
Thank you so much,
Okay.
Mampapa. It was such a pleasure to have
You're
you.
very welcome.
Thank you so much. We're going to take a short break, and next up we're going to have the Women's Voices panel, which is an amazing conversation with authors from Dr. Sindiwe Magona, all the way to the youngest moderator on the panel, Marubini Koka, who is a matric student, actually. So it's going to be a great intergenerational conversation between Gen Z, millennials, and Gen X. So please stay tuned for that. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We are about to get into the next session, which is the Women's Voices panel. And on the Women's Voices panel, it's a very interesting conversation because it's an intergenerational conversation featuring women from different demographics, so to speak. So the moderator is Marubini Koka, who is a Gen Z. And then we have two millennials on the panel, Dudu Busani Dube, the author of the Hlomu series. We have Damilare Kuku from Nigeria. She is the author of Nearly All the Men in Lagos, Ahmad. And then we have Nomsa Mwamuka, who is the author of the Township Girls Project. And then we have Dr. Sindiwe Magona, who is joining us virtually, and she is the author of When the Village Sleeps. So stay tuned for a very exciting intergenerational female voices panel.
Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our panel for today. Damilare will join us very soon. But I'm Marubini Koka. I'm excited to moderate this intergenerational panel of very inspiring women. We have, I'll just reintroduce the panels. Dr. Sindiwe Magona, she's a fourth-time honorary doctorate. She's the writer of When the Village Sleeps. She's also a poet and a national treasure in the country. We have Matutu Busani Dube, who is the author of the Hlomu series, which has recently been turned into a telenovela on Showmax. And she's written a series from those books, which has done very, very well. I'd also like to welcome Nomsa Mwamuka, who is the co-author of The Township Girls, The Crossover, which follows multiple women in Zimbabwe and their transition in the independence of Zimbabwe. And lastly, we have Ms. Damilare Kuku, who is a successful actress in Nigeria, who has debuted with the book Nearly All Men in Lagos Are Mad. So I just welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
I wonder if Dr. Sindiwe can hear us.
I can thank you and hi to everybody.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, and congratulations.
So I'm excited to moderate today's panel. I'm not an author myself, but I have recently contributed my own story into a book called Right to Speak, which is an anthology series of multiple women across the continent who reflect about their leadership stories. You know, another intergenerational project, and I think that's going to be the main conversation around our panel today about how we can bridge these intergenerational experiences of African women on the continent and how your stories managed to do that. So I just want to firstly ask and open to the panel, what do you wish like your stories tell the women that you write? Like what message do you want to put out there for them? Anyone can.
Okay. I don't mind starting with that. I don't write fiction. I write real biographical stories. I love real people's stories. I love people's lives and their experiences. So for me, that part of writing is just about giving women the courage to document their histories, to share their experiences in ways that can benefit others. So that's what drives my writing, and that's what drives my engagement across various media formats. Because apart from books, I also delve in documentary filmmaking. So it's real life stories and women's stories.
And giving them the courage to share those stories.
Yes.
And if I can ask.
I write fiction. The stories are told through the voices of the women in the books. I write in first person. They're very relatable. They're very Black, they're very South African or African. So one of the biggest things has been that they've been able to start conversations between women about the issues that they have, because you know it's love stories, it's family stories. You know, you have all the things that to deal with. You know, what is beauty, body politics, just being submissive and being, you know, a certain type of woman to a man. They're very much about marriage as well, and crime, of course, and dangerous men and bad men and all of that. So some of the conversations that have come, or the feedback that has come to me has been how most of the readers see themselves in these women and start to question whether, you know, am I Hlomu, am I Zandile, am I Naledi? Okay, I've dealt with that. You know, this is how she handled it. Did I handle it the same way or differently when it happened to me? Would I react the same way if it did happen to me? To those who have never experienced those things. So there's been a lot of, you know, interaction and discussions that have been started by women just from reading my books.
So they call for like a self-reflection almost in the readers.
Sort of.
Yeah.
I think.
I write so that women don't feel alone. I write fiction, but most of my stories based on things that have happened in real life. And hoping that people that pick up my books know that they're not alone anywhere in the world. So this thing happening to me in Nigeria could very well be happening to you in South Africa and be happening to you in Kenya. So it's almost as if I'm hoping my stories are a connecting dot for women all over the world. So that's why I write, because I don't want to feel alone, and I don't want women all over the world to feel alone.
Yes.
Dr. Sindiwe.
That last speaker from Nigeria, I dropped the some. Is it some? The first word in your title?
Nearly?
Some of the...
Oh, nearly.
Nearly.
I dropped the nearly. I just say all the men in Lagos are mad. Because the title resonates so much with me. Not about the men in Nigeria, but just about every man. There are good men, don't get me wrong. But the majority have just made me so off. Anyway, why do I write? I came to writing rather late. That explains part of why I write. Because when I was growing up, my book came out, when my first book came out, I was almost 47. And somebody, a learned professor, said, since women who look like me in South Africa started being published, now this is 1995, only 5 had been published. I write to change that, because people do as people do. It's called role modeling. Because, I mean, growing up with no role models of people like you who do anything, you won't do it either. We learn from what we consciously or unconsciously. We learn from what surrounds us, which is why this book, When the Village Sleeps, addresses the situation of women here, children here in South Africa, children everywhere. Children are born innocent of knowledge. Everything you know, everything you will ever know, you have learned. So we used to say we have the government, you know, every country has the government it deserves. I now have come to the conclusion, every country has the criminals it deserves. Don't get me wrong. I'm sick and tired with the crime rate in this country, but it's how we raise our children, the next generation. Children come to us innocent. What do we do or do not do? When the Village Sleeps is about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sindiwe. I think we have on the panel here like young millennial women that tell stories about our daily experiences and, you know, help African women navigate those experiences. But on the other hand, we have Nomsa and Dr. Sindiwe, where they mainly focus about our socio-political and our history and our reflective stories as African women. So what do you think is the importance of the balance of those two stories, especially when in changing or shaping the mindset for young African women like myself? We can start maybe with...
Just even before I go on, just going back to Dr. Magona. She's one of the reasons why I write, because I read her books. I read her books, and she was, one of my all-time favorite books is Living, Lying, Awake at Night.
Living, Loving, and Lying Awake at Night.
Those short stories are just, that's why I thought it's so important for women to have a voice and to tell their stories. Those stories resonate with me. So, just to be on this panel, I can't actually believe that I'm here with her. And it was reading a book like that said, some women go through such diverse and different experiences, and we are often unheard. Our stories are not told. So that's why it became such a strong mission that women, we've been sort of erased from history, and yet women are so much powerful, in all our diversity. Our stories are important, our voices must be heard. And even when we look at the greater history of the country or the continent, we don't even get the heroes of the struggle or whatever it is. We don't even know who the women are, where they stand. So gradually, as more of us women get together and document our stories, it's giving voice to our existence, it's giving voice to a value, and it's reaffirming the importance of our experiences. So yes, socio-cultural, historical, all those things are very important to me, and the importance of our stories being documented and heard. So that's why I keep on this path.
And
thank you for that compliment. I am at the age, sorry to jump in, where I really am hugely gratified. I have a book here, which I didn't have the presence of mind to bring, by a Miss Kappa. Now that, guys, give me some credit. I remember her surname, and I remember the title of the book, Wawa Was Here. Wawa Was Here, by somebody, Kappa. She sent it to me last week because she ever thought she must write because she read my book, the first book I ever wrote, to my children's children. She's young, she must be in her mid-30s, but she said because she read that book, she began to believe she could also write. That's why I write. I'm so happy people, we need, the more of us who write, the better it's going to be for generations coming, and they are, forever after. If we don't write, the situation will never change. The erasure of women, deliberate or not, is there and it's real. We can change that. Just keep on writing, supporting one another. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And Matutu and Ms. Damilari, you guys write more about the daily experiences and the more modern and contemporary experiences of African women. So how do you think that is important in solidifying, women's experiences in Africa? Having those stories being written down and being able to connect the dots across the continent, as you said earlier.
Should I do you want to? I think that there is no better time in the history of mankind for women to have strong voices as of now. In the midst of all the chaos that's happening in the world, this is the best time to have a voice. So we go back to the time where the Me Too movement started, to when Kiki Mordi did a BBC documentary, Sex for Grades. I don't know if you had the opportunity to see that. It's documenting lecturers in Nigeria who ask students for sex in exchange for grades. And then you have Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie with Dear Ijewale, who says we should all be feminists. So at this point, women, our voices are becoming stronger. And it's crucial that it stays that way and even gets stronger than it is right now. Because for us, female African storytellers, we're dealing with a lot. The first is we're female. Second is we're Black. So our experiences are really peculiar to us. And I say it every time, African stories are so organic. South African, Nigerian, Kenyan, anywhere in the whole of Africa. Our stories are so peculiar to us that they have to be told. Women's stories, what we go through, how our mothers are forced to wake up early in the morning to go make a living so that their children can have food on the table. How some people have had to do some things that they're not proud of, all in the name of love. So it's very important that the stories keep getting told and that we don't stop and that more female writers in Africa come up so that eventually we become a community. And that's what I hope, because oftentimes women are reputed to not support one another. I mean, if we're going to speak and speak frankly. Women, if you want to know the biggest hater of a woman, it's another woman, you know. So it would be nice if we get to a certain stage where we genuinely support ourselves, and not just support ourselves because it looks like it is good. And I'm hoping that using our stories will do that, because when I read her book, big fan of both of you, big fan of her, and when I read your works, I'm like, I can see your lives, I can see your fruits, your experiences through your words, and I'm experiencing that and living vicariously through you. So I'm hoping that that becomes more pronounced as we grow in the literary world.
I like that because I think that's testament to the dialogue that we're having in this panel itself, trying to use our stories to, you know, close this intergenerational gap, international gap that we have in our stories. So I think that's very important. And is this like what you wish your stories do in influencing the way women interact with men or women interact with other men on the continent?
And I think just how women interact in general. So I think that it's important that we immortalize our time, you know. I'm 40 years old in 2021. 2 years from now, in South Africa, in a time of technology, in a time of a lot of things are changing, and I think it's important for us to document what it so that a girl 20 years from now will know who we were and how. Every generation has its battle that they fight. You know, we had, when I was your age, you know, we had our fight that we were fighting. We had not gotten to where you guys are, like colorism. It was normal for you know the light-skinned girls to be the pretty girls, and you know dark-skinned girls to be considered ugly, and that is something that your generation came and started to challenge. We relaxed our hair, you know, having Afro hair. My natural hair was being scruffy and all of that, and then you guys came and you started questioning all of that, and body politics, weight, and all of that. So we had our own battles to fight. Obviously, you know, in South Africa we had our apartheid and whatever. You were born free and you're fighting your own fight. So through books that were written in our time, I mean, but Abu Musindi, you know, Dala, you know, you get to understand what women were fighting for at that time. So yeah, I think it's important to just document who we are, so that 20 years from now, the kids will know how far Black women have come.
And I mean, that's a long time from Umam Cindy saying that there was a time where only 5 women publishers had been published, and now...
In the history, that's the history, 1990, from wherever, 1920, whatever, the first Black African woman was published in South Africa. In 1990, the record says there were only 5. Now there are countless. And that is successful. I regard that as a huge success, but we must carrying on. The generational gap, please, will not disappear. It's there. It's a fact. In 2 years, I'll be 80. There is nothing that will change that. What I know, how I grew up, what I believed, I may, change, but it is part of me. What we must pray for and work for is that the boundaries between the gaps become more permeable.
Yes.
So that we can learn and grow, from one another. That's the enrichment process. If I can learn from the younger people, which means I must listen. Listening is a two-way, street. The younger must listen, the older must listen with respect, with an open mind and an open heart, because we can all benefit from the exchange.
Yes, I agree.
And an exchange that I'd like to bring in is, like I said, we have 2 authors here that focus on our socio-political and our history. And then we have more of these, more personal stories, more individual stories. Do you think that as female authors or upcoming female authors, it's still vital or relevant to have our stories be contingent on our experiences in the world, whether it's being an African and facing racism or colorism in the workplace? Or do you think we should now still be able to just have normal stories about us living normal lives as Black women on the continent?
There's always, and I think it's becoming a problem, there's always this expectation from writers, Black writers, female writers, to always try to fix the world in their writing. You are expected to be activist in your writing. So, and I don't think, I think other people, other races can pretty much write about whatever they want, But for you, there has to be a point. It has to be, even if it's fiction, a love story or whatever, it has to be political. You have to be fighting. It shouldn't just be about entertainment or light or a chick flick. You have to, and I think that's a bit unfair. Because we are creative, we are storytellers. We want to tell them the way that we want to tell them. If we want to bring toxic people into the story, because they are toxic people, they should be as they are. And I don't see why there should, if I have a toxic person in my story, the story must end with them either changing or suffering or being punished for what they did, just so that there is a, I'm not sure how to explain it, just so that it sounds like I was, trying to make a point. I was trying to say, this person should not exist, and I'm trying to fix something. I think we should just be allowed to be writers and entertainers, as much as our stories are very close to reality, but let us be light if we want to be light. And funny and not right to fix social ills that the world has tried for 500,000 years to try and fix.
We're not going to fix them now. If anyone else wants to?
As much as I say often that writers are gatekeepers of time, with their words, I also don't think you should let anybody put you in a box. And what happens with what Dudua said is people have expectations of what your writing should look like. They want you to, because you're a black writer and you're female, or because you're a black woman, if I choose to wear a wig, I choose to wear a wig. If I want to wear my hair natural, I can wear my hair natural. If I want to put in a braid, do not put me in a box simply because I am of a certain race. So I think as a writer, that's exactly what it should be. I think 2 months ago, we were at a round table where we're discussing this thing, this conversation what you just brought up, and a lot of people did say the same thing. Write the story that you want to write.
Yes.
Tell your truth as you want to tell it.
Yes.
Somebody, somewhere, will resonate with it. So do not say, because I'm a writer and I'm black, yes, of course, you're a gatekeeper of time, and of course, you should document your truth, but write what comes to you naturally. So if it's thriller, if it's, I don't know, romance, if it's comedy, stay true to it. And if you want to write that your character, your leader is black, but she has straight hair, please, by all means, write what makes you happy. That's my emblem, that's my motto.
Thank you. Doctor, do you want to say anything?
I couldn't agree more. You know, you cannot write, and I mean, you can, but to write faithfully should be your aim. To be faithful to yourself, because in the final analysis, you will be judged by what you write, and you should judge yourself by what you write, and it should be true to yourself. There can be nothing more terrible than being, you know, put on the fire for writing something stupid that wasn't even yours to start off with. I mean, honestly, if people say that's crap, excuse my French, or that's whatever, at least it should be yours. Not somebody else saying, no, you should write a book. No, write what comes out of your heart. When you're going to write, something happens inside you. Go with that. Inside you. You start by thinking, go with that. That's the book that is calling itself out of your being. Be true to that. Be true to that.
Yes,
Thank you.
totally agree.
Do you agree?
Yes, totally agree.
And also, I think it's very nice to see this shift in that there is an opening where we, black women or African writers, are freeing themselves of these expectations of having to, you know, fit into a box. And like, why do you think it's so important that us black women have control of the narratives that we put out there, you know? That we control the lens that your stories are like putting out there and the way that your audience receives them.
Well, you know, I really just think we're just in such an empowering phase where we are, you know, self-empowering phase, that we've got voices and we can use them and we should use them. And it is very exciting that we can be sitting here, and now there are so many women who are out there who are writing fearlessly, who can tell their stories and tell their experiences with no fear of judgment. And the more of us that do that, it's making your journey easier. So when you write your book like you're doing now, at least you know that you're standing on the shoulders of giants. There we are, there's Mom, you know, for us to see. So we shouldn't really be afraid. I think we should express ourselves and, you know, like not accept any conditions that restrict us and restrain us. So I think it's really such a powerful period that we're going through, and we really need to exercise those freedoms we have that many people fought for.
Yeah.
People before us.
And have ownership of those stories.
True indeed. Yes, I think Mom once said.
Oh, Mom?
You know, Zora Neale Hurston said, you know her, a century ago, talking about us, and called the black woman. There's a phrase she used, if I remember it, you know, like they are the asses of the world. You know, the world puts on our shoulders and our heads and our backs all the nonsense. We are the least loved, the least free people in the world. Go to any culture, take any stratification. At the bottom, you will find the black woman, the African, black woman. Now, it is up to us. Nobody who oppresses you will ever free you.
Yes.
If they loved you that much, they would never have oppressed you in the first place. Free yourself, black woman.
Yes.
Free yourself and support one another. It shouldn't be a sense, we shouldn't even feel we are doing any wrong in the world if we say, if I can find a black publisher, a black woman publisher, that's where I'll go. If I have a book that's worth making a film and I find a black woman filmmaker, if I have a piece of theater and I find a director or blah, 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 that's female and black and African, that's where I will go. If we don't support one another, how can we expect the rest of, when I was still working in New York, when I found women, I got invited with my little book, black women who had taken a stand. When a black woman publishes, they make a big long line outside Barnes and Noble. If we don't, they say, who will? We must buy black women writers, because if we don't buy them, who will? Then they would have once or twice a month, like Mgalelo sessions, where they all come and discuss the latest book, each one holding a book. Instead of the 10th pair of shoes, buy a book by a black woman. If we don't buy one another's books, how can we expect? We are the least of God's children, not because God made us the least. Society decided.
Yes.
Even abantwana esibazalayo, umntana goes to and then when the men there in the bush give instructions, I heard this from the source. Yabona ke now, no woman is beneath you. Not even the one who gave birth to you. How? No woman is beneath you because you have been clipped. Not even your mother. And these boys come back and they're so ombescoffed and we're surprised. Why? African woman, you better take your life into your hands and run with it.
Yes.
Thank you. I think
And I just want to add that this is what has happened to me, where black women are totally responsible for my success. They've carried me all these years. That's who buys my books. That's who hypes my books. That's who is.
Yes.
Mandla.
That has happened, and I think we are going the right direction.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
I agree with you. So when my book was announced in Nigeria, Nearly All the Men in Lagos Are Mad came out. It went viral the first day on Twitter, and a lot of men kept saying, "She's not married. That's why she's not married." Because who will marry somebody that says nearly all the men in Lagos are mad? But what I found really heartwarming was that over 150 women have reached out to me telling me how much these stories mean to them. I didn't expect that, because I thought when I say nearly all the men in Lagos are mad, people will say, oh no, my husband is not mad, or my boyfriend isn't mad, or my brother isn't mad. But I've seen women write to me and tell me the story that, resonated with them personally and what it did for them. And that is amazing, because that wasn't even what I was going for. And I've had people write to me, your book is out of stock on Amazon. When is it coming back? They don't know me. And so it's amazing what black women do when they decide to support one another. Yes. We become this force that even the world cannot stop. It's very sad. It's very, very sad that we have been put in many negative boxes. Strong black woman. When a woman has a voice, she's a strong black woman. When a woman says no at the workplace, oh, she's aggressive. When a woman decides to leave her husband, oh, she is just not domestic.
Don't get me started.
She can't.
Even your own family, your mother will say, "Oh, where will you find a better man?"
There you go.
You can't even keep
Your
it.
own family.
And you're a woman, and you can't keep a man. When a woman decides to be feminine, oh, she's not black enough. So when will black women ever be enough for the society?
Yes.
When
No, they must be enough for themselves.
Yes.
Really.
I agree.
Don't please society, please you. Your power is for you.
There you go.
You know, what has society done for black women?
I like that.
Nothing at all.
I couldn't have said it better.
Power is for you.
And if I can ask, maybe we can go around each of the panels, if you can speak about specifically how your books have empowered yourselves in writing them and, you know, giving your audience, your black women, that power for themselves as well. So if we can start with Manasa.
Township Girls, The Crossover Generation. That's the name of the book. It was an anthology we put together because we wanted to talk about women's experiences growing up at a time. All the contributors are Zimbabwean women. There are 30 of us who came together, and we spoke about a time of transition from a time from pre-independence to post-independence. So a lot of the women wrote of their experiences, you know, whether it was encounters with, you know, the whole colonial system to what was supposed to be an independent time of freedom, you know, a free country. So, you know, people talk about their experiences, you know, education, sacrifices their parents made to give them a better life. So the transition isn't only about the transition of the country, but it was also about a transition from being young girls to womanhood. So I know the book, you know, like people who've bought the book, who've read the book, really identify with the stories, and just not only because of context of space being Zimbabwe, the setting, but just as African women, they've all been through that experience of claiming your identity, you know, coming into your own. So I think a lot of people, a lot of readers have identified with that journey, and they've come back. And even from just doing that, I know that I've spoken to lots of women who like, oh, do an anthology with us, you know, like the South Africa setting, which is, you know, like a process. People want us to do audio books. You know, they want, people are dying, women are dying to tell their stories. And that's the thing that, you know, you discover, like as you write or as you document, there's so many people with stories to tell and experiences. And just the last bit on that book, I think for me, just then as a writer, I think it's also just documenting, having that ability to, you know, that sense of history. It was very interesting earlier on listening to Mom Barbara Masekela saying that when she wrote her book, just being able to write about her family, her experience, the historical context she grew up in. That is so powerful, and it is so empowering. So, yes, so that's the sort of feedback that I've got, you know, I've received. And I know that it's changed lives. And it's also just given people also the courage to say, hey, I can tell my story. I have a story to tell. So for me, that's, you know, one of the most beautiful outcomes of that experience, of that project.
Okay, I don't know why I'm choking on water.
Choking. Oops.
Sorry.
No worries.
So, with me, I'm not going to necessarily talk about the story. I still have 10 minutes. about the stories in the books. I'm just going to talk about how, when I wrote Hlomu the Wife, my first book, because I was in the space, I was a journalist, I was reading a lot, I was reviewing books. I thought I want to write something that I want to read. I want to write a story that I would want to read. So I wrote a story about from a black woman's perspective, about family, about a taxi driver, about and I knew that if I had taken it to a publisher, they were never going to publish it because of who it is about, who it is written for, and who is telling it. So I didn't try to get a publisher. I didn't even have a plan. So I decided to self-publish and use my own ways. Because first of all, the thing was going to be that the people we are writing about do not read. They don't buy books. They are not readers. There's no market for what you are writing and how you are writing the story, which is, my writing is very unconventional, informal. It's very simple. I want everyone to be able to read the books. But then it got so successful that the reading culture changed a lot. And a lot of people got into the habit of reading. And then a question had to be asked as to why we black women not buying books before this. And I see there's two writers there who have also written books about women. You know, they're doing well in their own. And I think the answer was that because there was nothing, nobody was writing about us, for us. So that's where the voice thing came in. And I think we have, the number of South African female writers who have come with stories that are different from mine. That's very inspiring because there's a lot now, and that is who South Africans are reading. They're buying books written by black women now. Yeah, and it's gone all the way to TV. So I think that is inspiring enough, and I think it's going to inspire a lot of women to write their stories and take them as far as they can.
Yes.
The feedback has been great with the book and overwhelming, as I said earlier. But what I find most inspiring about this entire process so far, this entire journey for me, is how much strength a lot of Nigerian women have. Because when they send me messages saying that they've gone through something similar, I'm wondering, and you are here, and you're still alive, you're a hero. So the feedback, yes, a lot of people can relate with what has gone on. And of course, this book was inspired by a lot of things. My friends, my mom, my sisters, incredible women, just women around me who constantly motivate me. But putting this book out has now shown me that when you write for yourself, yes, but you write for the person who is afraid to speak and their stories in them. So when you go under the comments of some of my Instagram posts, you have girls say stuff like, "Oh, now there's a market for for people like me," and I'm excited because my book is it's very. I remember when I gave it to my mom, I warned her. I said it's quite explicit, and you are a pastor, so I should warn you ahead, so you don't send me stuff. And I remember having a conversation with her a week before coming here, and she said, "Oh, I've read the book." I said, "I told you that is explicit." Because I don't understand when people look at black women and think that we do not like sex or we do not enjoy sexual pleasures. Or when you look at us and put us in a box, we are amazing, we're beautiful, and we're unpredictable. And you do not dare put us in a box because you think that there's a way a woman should be. You can be a lady right here and in the bedroom be something else.
As you should be.
As it should be.
An excellent lady. In the bedroom, you can be an excellent lady.
Excellent. Because life should be enjoyed and you should experience life to the fullest. My younger sister, who sends me pictures sometimes, and I go, well, both of them, I'm like, you guys are so brave. And they have this tag, they say YOLO. You only live once. So I'm hoping that every time I put out a book or I put out work, people can see that Black women live life to the fullest, regardless of their class, their economic status, their color. We are just amazing.
Thank you for that. Mom Cindy?
Sex used to be something Africans reveled in. And and it was encouraged, understood and encouraged in the, young people, youth, that sex is natural. The whole thing of finding sex something we go and talk about, we can't enjoy publicly, came with being colonized and Christianized and westernized and civilized. Sex disappeared. Except you see all the products of sex. There are so many children we don't talk about. It's an amazing thing. As Paul saying, the sisters of the mother looked after your girls, because between parent and child, there's always a curtain around sex and sexuality. The brothers of the father instructed the young men, the boys. But even as an 8-year-old, the father, you will have a lot of children. Look at her hips. The men will come flocking. It was something that, but that's a long story. My book, that's another story. My book, When the Village Sleeps, is an attempt, is looking at the sad state we are in as a nation. We have forgotten about Ubuntu. Yes. We have forgotten about minding our children as a nation. Village South Africa. Now it became my child, your child. And the children are getting, talk about rotten apples. If you see children, a whole host of children, on Tuesday or Wednesday, school week, they may be in uniform, they may not be in uniform, not in school. What do you think is happening? School is in the make. We do nothing. In South Africa, the fastest growing thing is poverty. Yes. Poverty, because as a nation, poor as we are, the children are just coming. And if you are desperately poor, you're probably not educated. You probably don't mind your business that much. The children just keep coming. People who have got themselves out of dire poverty get to escape that kind of trap of having too many children, too young, ill-prepared to nurture them, what every child deserves, which we had in the village of yesteryear. People who could not have homes, proper homes for their children, were taught ways of being sexually there without reproducing. Again, Christianity came in, we stopped. Except sex didn't stop. When I read an article, which is what gave birth to this book, which is part of my thesis for a PhD, I'm 78. Of a woman, 16 years old, holding a baby on her lap, being interviewed by a social worker who says, I started trying to get pregnant when I was 13. She's 16, she succeeded at 15. I used to drink before I got pregnant. After I got pregnant, I started taking drugs. I wanted this baby to be deformed. She is holding a deformed baby because a child grant, 300 rand. Is she crazy? She wants the one for the deformed child at 1,400 and something. Do we say as the, and then the social worker closes the article. This is a growing trend in the township. Growing trend of what? Maiming your babies in the womb. Do you hear anybody say South Africa has a crisis? No, because as a village, we are fast asleep. South Africa is the leading country in the entire world on FAS, F-A-S, fetal alcohol syndrome. Children who are born with brains that will never function. That's the growing trend. I'm happy I'm the age I am. Nina, who are 40 years old, you will be 60 and 70, and your president will be brain damaged. That's your future. That's your future. If you don't do something about minding the children, their health, and trying to find a way as a village. Who was before here? Barbara Maseken. Where are the community centers?
Yes.
Where are the community throughout South Africa? When I retired and chose to come back, I thought we were going to do something spectacular with our freedom. But we went the way of all Africa. Ha, 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 ha.
I guess it's just our responsibility as now African writers to take that freedom and make sure that we, go to the next level and we provide our country with that freedom. And I think all of you are doing that with your different stories, no matter how different they are making an impact to young girls like me, to the country, to Nigeria, to South Africa. And I think that's very, very exciting. And I'm very grateful that we were able to have this dialogue, to take that baton and continue with what we've been doing. I don't know if the audience has one or two questions before the session ends, but is there a mic? Yes, can you?
Okay, my question is directed to Susan. I've been curious that is there any part of the book that is true, that is like reality?
No.
What was the question? I didn't hear the question.
The question was if there was any part of the books that Matutu Busani wrote, if there's any part of those stories that are true.
Of course they are true. She changed them to make them fiction. All fiction comes from truth. You can never write a book about something that never happened. It happened somewhere.
It never happened to me.
Yes, it does. Yeah, that's the fiction part of it.
Yes.
But
No,
stuff that is in books is stuff that happens.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. They're fiction. Fiction. It's all fiction. I made them up. But they're close to reality, obviously, and that's why everybody can relate to them. So it's things that have happened to people. Well, not me, though. I made them.
Yeah, we are the stories we tell. The stories are all around us. You choose what you're going to tell. It didn't happen to you. It happened to someone. You read it in the newspaper.
I'd just like to ask all of you, is there anything that you would like to advise or leave with or hope for young?
I think there's
Oh,
another question.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Fanufigile Mutau. Unfortunately, I came in the middle of the discussion, but as I see that we have our sisters and our mother, my question is, what is the difference between feminism and matriarchy? Because there is a narrative which says we Africans are a patriarchal people of which I say no. We as Africans are a matriarchal society or nation. That's why even an old man, when an old man cries, he doesn't say Papa yo, he says Mama yo. That's why, for example, when a grandchildren of a certain grandparents are going to visit their grannies, they don't say we are going in Isinguni or Zulu. They don't say we are going to our grandfather's house. They say we siyaga gogo, meaning we are going to our grandmother's place. That's why even if I have a wife, then the wife passes on. When I marry another wife, I must not take her into that house which belonged to the deceased woman. I must build a house for that another woman, because according to our culture, it is believed also that a house does not belong to a man. It belongs to a woman. So my point is that we as Africans are not a patriarchal society. That's why we had queens who ruled nations, like Makeda, Queen of Sheba, Nefertiti, the Queen of Egypt. The Kandikis was a dynasty of queens in Nubia, like Nandi, of this, who was the queen of the Zulu kingdom. She ruled with her child Shaga, like Lobatsibeni Kwamile Mdluli. The queen mother was a queen of Swaziland between 1899 and 1921. You know, like Mantatisi, the queen of the Batlokwa people. You know, like Mujaji.
Hello. Can we get back to the women's thing so we can?
Okay, thank you.
Women's forum, sir.
We hear you.
Do you want to let the panelists answer your question?
Okay, thank you.
So what was your final question, if you want the panelists to answer?
She's yeah, it's upsetting.
But
we hear you, but you can't say South Africa is a patriarchal society. You cannot. Not now. Not when. I know you are talking about history. You're talking about culture, and kids say they're going to Gogo's house because they like Gogo. They like
Gogo cooks.
It's they say that has nothing to do with culture and custom, but you can't say it's not a patriarchal country where men are still paid more than women for doing the same job. Yes. When I have to work twice as hard as a woman, where I live in fear, and it's normal in this country to be fearful because men have been allowed to have that entitlement over, that they can head me, that I can be their property, that they can marry me and keep me at their home, and man, you cannot say that. You can't even say the world is not patriarchal. It is. It is always
lineage. Property goes to the firstborn son. It doesn't matter if it's the sixth-born child. The property goes to your son. During apartheid, you couldn't, as a black woman, you couldn't even rent a house. Your father could. Your husband could. You have no husband. Your son. You were a ward of your son.
I think even the fact that we're having this panel where it has to be explicitly focused around women-centered stories. It's still almost an anomaly to have women-centered stories. It's still a testament to how this is a patriarchal and male-dominated industry. We need to get to a point where it's normal, where we don't have to explicitly say this is a woman-centered story, it's just an African story. And until we reach that, then we've reached feminism or matriarchy or equality in the country.
It's the person who wears the shoes who feels the pinch. During apartheid, white South Africans who say, there's no apartheid here, there's no racism here. But Tina, who suffered from it, we knew it was real.
Yes.
The people who benefit from the system never see that it is wrong. In fact, they deny it is there.
Yes.
I think it's almost, I think it's kind of sad that people try to justify feminism by saying that women are mothers and they are the upholders of culture and all that. So if you are doing so much as a woman, how can you not feel that you are being treated fairly? Feminism addresses a problem that is still very much alive in the society we are in. Feminism says that women need to be treated fairly, they need to be paid well, and women should be treated as human beings. But I find that a lot of African men oftentimes, you know, when they meet you, they say, I hope you're not a feminist. Because in their head, a feminist is someone who is angry, who says men are disposable, who says that men do not deserve whatever it is that they're getting. No, a feminist is simply saying, I'm a human being, I'm a woman, and just because whatever is between our legs is different, and you have more power than me, does not mean that you should be paid better, you should be treated better. And just because you're more powerful than I am, doesn't mean that you have to use that power to oppress me, physically, mentally, emotionally. That's what feminism is, period. And the moment that stops being a problem, we will stop talking about it.
Yes. That's very true.
And
That's very true.
And I think all of you ladies here with your stories are slowly, solving that problem, are slowly part of the solution of that problem. And I'd like to thank you for today's panel discussion. I was very honored to be amongst you guys today. I'd like to thank the Africa Book and Design Festival for hosting us today. And I hope that everyone buys every single one of the books from these authors and even more from other female authors, and so that we continue to read and bring our African women's stories to the forefront. And so we can come to a day where we are a matriarchal society, where this doesn't have to be a big issue, or we just have stories and we can just exist in this continent. Okay. So thank you to the festival, and thank you for everyone who joined the session online. Thank you to everyone who joined today. I
just want to say something to you.
Bye.
Yes.
to you, to girls your age, even boys, just write at your age about what happens. You guys are loud, you're brave, you are, you are fighters. We want to hear you, your voices. We talked about this. There's a big gap in the South African market where there are no teen books, no teenage books, no black-centered teenage books available. Fiction, stuff, crushes, whatever. Whatever you guys want to say or what you're fighting about, just what you're fighting for, just write.
Yes.
We want the books.
I will gladly take on
fellow panelists, before I say goodbye, I'm going to ask for each one's email address. I'll be in touch. So we want.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Truly honored.
That was nice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So much fun.
Well done.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Hi, hi. I can't hear if anyone's speaking anymore. Now I can hear you, yeah. No, no. Okay, can I leave this or should I just stay in the meeting? Okay, okay, perfect. Thank you.
was nothing.
Yes. Oh, are we live now? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to I Call Africa Home, the importance of telling stories of Africa's diversity. Our conversation today is an exploration of identity, of voices, of representation, of what it means to forge new narratives that best show Africa's diversity. And I would like to start this conversation by reminding everyone a statement that's so often repeated about Africa, that the continent is home to 54 countries, more than 3,000 languages and tribes, and more than 1.2 billion people. That's a lot of us. And we know that as a people, our identities are as diverse as the continent itself. And yet, when you look at the stories of Africa, and when you look at who gets to be the voices and faces and bodies and experiences that represent Africa and African stories, it can be pretty narrow. And by narrow, I mean it tends to be old, black male, or middle-aged black female, more or less. It tends to be heteronormative. Very rarely does it really speak to representing the fullness of Africa's diversities and identities. And with that in mind, we are going to engage in a conversation with our guest, Jamil Farouk Khan, who's an esteemed scholar, as well as award-winning writer. We also have Shubnum, who's based in Durban, South Africa. She is a journalist. She has written for the likes of the New York Times. We have, is everyone else here? Mohamedou in Mauritania? Hasn't been able to connect. Do we have Hafsa from Uganda? President Museveni has shut down the internet again. And Mr. Marceline from Rwanda. The thing that all these countries have in common is that they are run by dictators. I'm not saying it has anything to do with their absence here, just noting. In any case, everyone, welcome. We're very honored to have Jamil and Shubham here. I'll hand over to you. I'll start with you, Shubham. Please introduce yourself to the audience, who you are, and particularly tell us about your book in your introduction.
Thanks for the introduction. Actually, it's Shabnam. And y'all can hear me, right?
Yes,
right?
We can hear you.
Okay, amazing. Technology is amazing. So yes, I'm based in Durban. I am a writer and an artist. I have one novel and a memoir. My first novel was Onion Tears, and the memoir that came out this year is like a book of misadventures called How I Accidentally Became a Global Stock Photo and Other Strange and Wonderful Stories. Yeah, I'm just, I'm not great on introductions, but I'm just excited to be here and to talk and to speak on the same panel as Jamil, actually. This is exciting for me.
Thank you. Over to you, Jamil.
Hi, I'm Jamil Ifkhan, and I am a critical diversity scholar and also an author of the book Khamar, The Makings of Avat Islams, which is my autobiography. I am also a writer of many things, including columns and op-eds, focusing mostly on dissecting the ways in which power operates in society. Yeah, I think that's about it about me.
Wonderful. What inspired you both to write your work? Were you writing because you had a story to tell, or were you also writing because you noticed that the stories that you were telling are significantly missing from storytelling on the whole?
Who started?
Should I go?
Yes.
Okay. So I think I just wanted to write a story at first because I just wanted to finish something that I started. And, that was my only motivation right in the beginning. I was just working on a lot of writing pieces when I was young and I was never finishing them. And my first novel, Onion Tears, was out in 2011. I was doing my master's in creative writing at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And I feel like I honestly did it just to prove to myself that I could finish something because I never felt like I could finish anything. And it's only now in retrospect that I realized I was doing a lot of investigating into what it means to be an Indian Muslim in South Africa and what it means to be a woman, you know. But at that point, I thought I was just telling my story, you know, and I'm glad I didn't have like that burden of representation on me at the time. I was just telling a story, the only story I knew at the time, which was because my mother has 7 older sisters. I have 3 older sisters. The only story I knew at that point was how to write about women cooking and cleaning and looking after other people and, you know, figuring out where their own identity fits in all of this. So I don't think I went into it with any intention, but in retrospect, I see why I was telling that story and the importance of telling that story. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there, and then maybe Jamil can explain about his writing now.
Fabulous. Before we get to Jamil, I just wanted to take you back. Please, for the benefit of some people in the audience who haven't read your work, can you just tell us in a nutshell what your book is about? Give us a tease for it so that when we leave this audience, we go and we buy.
Okay, well, the book that people can go and buy now is How I Accidentally Became a Global Stock Photo, which is this one in the background. I'm not sure if you can see it, but it's called How I Accidentally Became a Global Stock Photo and Other Strange and Wonderful Stories, which also interrogates identity and, you know, my own personal experience about my role in the world as a woman. But I think for purposes of this discussion, I will tell you a little bit about Onion Tears, which was my first novel, which I feel fits in more with the topic of today, which is the importance of telling stories of Africa's diversity. And so that book was just about, and that book's not in print anymore, so it's not available, but I think it's right for this conversation, which is about 3 generations of Indian Muslim women living in South Africa. So it looks at you know, a lady in her 70s, the grandmother in her 70s, who really considers herself an Indian from India, and you know, she doesn't know how she ended up in South Africa, and she misses home, and she misses the culture, and she misses the food, and she tries to cultivate a culture of being Indian here in South Africa. And then you have her daughter, who's a 30-something, you know, the book was a while ago, I can't remember how old she was, but anyway, she's around there. And you know, she considers herself completely South African. She does not consider herself Indian at all. She does not know anything about India. She doesn't know anything about the history there. You know, she knows more about apartheid than partition. And I contrast those. And then you've got a child who's 11 years old who watches them both being so different about their identities. And she's trying to figure out her own identity from there. And so I used the 3 generations to kind of contrast each another to see, you know, about this changing roles of where you fit in and how you identify with the place that you're in. And yeah, that's really what Onion Tears does at the heart of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
So for me, the way the book actually came about was that my publisher at the time, she saw, you know, a lot of the things that I would write and speak about on Twitter, and thought, hey, this is probably somebody who has some ideas that are publishable, and reached out to me to talk about it. But this was also in relation to the fact that I am still doing a PhD in critical diversity studies. And she had hoped that, and the focus specifically of the PhD, as well as in my book, is the politics of coloredness. And so she had hoped that perhaps the PhD was far along enough to maybe start thinking about publishing something. And I said to her at the time, no, it's really at the beginning, but I do have this other story in me. And I told her about it, which was my actual life story, which, again, for those who are not familiar with it, is a story that highlights the intersections between Muslimness, coloredness, alcoholism, and queerness, all set in Cape Town. And so, yeah, so I said to her, this is something that I had been thinking about for a long time, that I didn't necessarily think would come to fruition now, but thought this is an important story to tell. And it was important for me because I knew that my personal experiences with carrying the shame of that emanates from the intersections that I just spoke about is probably something that a lot of people live with, and unlike me, have not felt it's something that they can say out loud. And I found that, since the book has been published for over a year now, consistent feedback that I've received is that people were like, you told my story almost down to a T. And I don't think that I would ever be able to say these things out loud, but you have, so thank you.
And that's a very important point to note about shame in your book in particular. We all have, life is very colorful. And by colorful, I mean it also includes trauma and violence. It includes oppression. It includes experiences that become very hard to A, reckon with, but B, speak about out loud. And as a writer, they become a stumbling block because how do you begin to say, my father was an alcoholic, even though so many of us come from families with fathers who are alcoholic. You say that out loud, you feel that you are owning their alcoholism. So your book also allowed us to be children of families that also mirror that and start releasing the shame, right? And was that you said that was the intention?
Yeah, a big part of it was, I of course I could not anticipate what the reception would look like, how people would respond to it. But I knew that for me, it was an important way to get that out because I think it has been something that I've lived with for a long time. There's been a lot of personal work that I have had to do to tell myself that this is actually not your shame to bear. You were basically a casualty in a set of circumstances that cast that net of shame quite widely, and you also got caught in it, but it's actually not yours to bear. And to make that realization has actually been very important for me, because I think that experience of carrying such shame actually it curtails a lot of what one thinks you can do and achieve in life. It's very much the devil on your shoulder telling you, not you, you're not worthy, all of those things. So for me, the release has been extremely important, as I hope it has been for others.
Thank you. Shabnam, what really fascinates me about your book is the entirety of your very, very, very interesting life. But there's, in one part, you mentioned that I think 6 or 7 years ago, you weren't even allowed to travel by yourself. And here you are being a Muslim woman traveling. What's it like writing for such a significantly underrepresented group of people in South Africa, generally an Indian woman, a Muslim woman, and from a culture that a lot of us have an opinion about, your identity in particular, a lot of us have something to say about Muslim women, whether, you know the usual stories, are they oppressed, are they not? Everyone else is speaking to the experiences of the Muslim women, except the Muslim women themselves, writing and telling their own stories. So can you take us through that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think I didn't go into it with any intention of like, I'm going to tell the Muslim woman's story. I went into this kind of memoir with the idea that I'm just going to tell my story. And you know what, if it represents what some women have experienced, then that's great. And which has actually been my experience. A lot of Muslim women have come to me afterwards and said, oh, this is exactly how my life was. And you mentioned the not traveling. So yes, a lot of my book is about traveling, but that only happened like until I turned 30. And so for a long time, I was told, you're not allowed to travel as a woman alone. You have to be accompanied by a male relative. And that was just the rule. And I had to stick by that. And, I was a type of person who grew up with a very imaginative background. I was reading a lot of library books. I had a grandfather who would sit and tell us stories. And so my imagination was so stimulated and I was so longing for adventure and hungering to get out there that when I was told this, that you're not allowed to go anywhere, you actually need to get married and have kids, it was so, and I assume it's for any woman, but for me, because I'd kind of grown up imagining the whole world out there and exploring it, it was like earth shattering in that moment. And it was something I had to fight for really hard and keep trying to convince you know what, I think I can do it. You know what, I'm going to move out if I can't do it. And, you know, I'm going to, like, it was just all these discussions that we had to keep having and coming to a point where me and my family could understand each other. And I never thought we would get to the point, but we did. You know, I write about that in the book, and which I think a lot of other Muslim women, but even women, relate to. And you know, this, I've been thinking a lot about this traveling Muslim, well, this rule about traveling, which I was fighting against for so long. And now that I'm traveling on my own, I kind of understand it a little bit, because it is dangerous to travel by yourself as a woman. I've been to places where I haven't felt safe. And I was like, I wish I had someone with me. It would be safer if I had someone with me. I don't think anyone should stop you from doing it, but I have been thinking about this recently, and I was thinking, yeah, actually, if you are going to travel as a woman, you've got to think practically. You've got to think, you know, where am I staying? I can't rely on erratic Wi-Fi of coffee shops, because I need to be able to phone someone for safety if I need to, if I feel like I'm being followed, or if I feel like someone's at my door when I'm sleeping at night. And, you know, you have to think about these things practically. So that's actually been something I've been rethinking recently. But I don't feel like I went into this book like trying to represent the Muslim woman. It was my experience, and I know many of my friends have had different experiences here in South Africa anyway. So yeah.
Quick question: which countries do you travel to?
Oh, the China, a few, Turkey, the US, Spain, Mauritius, Saudi Arabia, Jerusalem. When I started to travel on my own, I took that pass and I ran and as fast as I could. When the doors opened and I could do it on my own, I was like, I'm going to make up for all the time that I didn't get to do it. So yeah, I have Canada. I can't think on the top of my head, but I have been to a few places.
Great. I know the publisher you worked with, so I almost kind of know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway, right? We are telling stories as writers and people who are traditionally marginalized from publishing, from the norm in Lily-White Publishing South Africa, Lily-White Publishing globally. Do you find that, can you be authentic? Can your voice be authentic, or do you sort of need to work with your story to also make it palatable or even make it more appealing? For instance, do you find that you needed to play into certain stereotypes of what it means to be colored, middle-class colored? Do you find that you needed to overtell or focus on certain things just to make that story appealing to ultimately the gatekeepers?
So I don't think that, and like you say, because you know who my publisher was, the answer is obviously no. But beyond that, there would have been no book if those were the options. Or at least there would not have been a book published by a sort of established publisher. If I wanted to, I might have self-published the book, but that could never have been an option for me. And of course, the other thing is that the offer to publish was inspired by seeing me just speaking without qualification, without trying to please anyone. So yeah, I mean, that would have been absolutely absurd if you approached me because you like the fact that I don't censor myself and then ask me to censor myself when I publish the book.
What about you, Shabnam?
You know, I think Jamil answered that question so well. I don't think there would have been a book if I couldn't have written as myself, as authentically as I am. And I went in, and also I think if you're writing a funny book, so I was trying to write a humorous book. I think if you're writing a funny book, it's very easy to tell a story to go a certain way so you get the funny part, you know? But I did go into the book telling myself that I'm going to try to be as true as possible to this story. I'm going to try to be as honest as possible about what I'm talking about. And, you know, with writing, it's hard to do. Sometimes you have to see how you're telling the story. But I honestly tried as best, whenever I was writing a story and I was like, did this, because as soon as I was going quite back into history, I would be like, did this really happen? Or are you telling it to tell a good story, you know? And I had to stop myself and think, you know, so I was trying to be as authentic as possible. And I don't, I also think if you're asking about, sorry, my screen has changed, so I'm just going to put this right. I also think if you're going to talk about how, if I felt a pressure on me to tell a certain story, I would say I wasn't trying to play into, I was trying to tell it as nuanced as possible, if I can say it that way. So like, I did feel a little bit pressure if I am talking about being Muslim, or if I am talking about being Indian or being a woman. I want to try and give all angles as possible, you know. So I'd kind of try to give like my father's angle of it, or the person I was traveling with angle of it, you know. I did feel a little pressure because I do feel if you're putting a story out there in public, you should try to at least tweak it so that it's a bit nuanced to give more than just your perspective, because writing a memoir, writing about your life is such a privilege. It's such a, you know, you're taking over the whole story, that you owe it to whoever's reading it to try as be as fair as possible. Not that you always are, but to try, you know, to try your hardest to do it. Yeah.
Thank you. I believe another guest has joined the conversation.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. My name is Marceline. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. Thank you very much for allowing me to be part of this amazing moment.
Thank you for joining us. Can you please introduce yourself and tell the audience who you are, where you're based, and tell us about your work?
Very well, thank you very much. So my name is Marceline Mutuimana. I was born in Rwanda, and but as you know, we experienced some difficult times some 30 years ago, and I ended up becoming a refugee. Excuse me, and I became a stateless person through different African countries until the year 1999, when I received an asylum to the United States of America. So upon going to America, you know, I pursued the American dream, as they say, you know, trying to make it, and I did quite well. I went to college. I became a school teacher there. But though I had left Africa, Africa never left me. And I lived, you know, in an African community where everybody was comfortable just being American or trying to be American. But in the back of my mind, I always wanted to find a way to go back somehow, or to do something just to help my mother continent and my home, not just my home country. Because again, being a foreigner, being a Black, being an African in the US, you end up to appreciate the other Africans who are there with you, because you are viewed the same. It doesn't matter if you're South African or Nigerian or Libyan or whatever. If you're African, you're African. So that forged in me the identity of Pan-Africanism, of seeing that we are all one. So what led me to start writing was that my experience growing up in Rwanda, experiencing war and the genocide that happened after the war, and all kinds of trial, and just the unspeakable atrocities and the abuse of human rights, and comparing that to what I was seeing in the West, how people were, you know, living in freedom. Of course, there are problems, but you have freedom, you have democracy, you have rule of law, you have better socioeconomics. So I started to really go back and read my history, read the history of my continent. Why are we the third world? Why not just like others? So, and just pondering these questions and looking at, so I started to go back and forth, Africa, Europe, Africa, then Rwanda, I'm sorry, back to the US. Now I'm based in the United Arab Emirates, where the country is doing excellent. they have been able to utilize their natural resources to make the country, fly, to make it, to really empower their people. And I was like, okay, we are endowed in Africa with so much. Why can't we emulate such good examples? So I started writing a book called Umoja Federation. It was an idea. It's a graphic novel. But the scenario is an idea that we Africans can streamline some of our efforts together. If we can integrate some of our efforts together in different areas, we can actually come together and over time create the Africa that we want, create the Africa that we deserve, create an Africa where human values are respected, where women's rights are respected, where democracy is not an exception. And so this is a scenario that I imagined just to kind of inspire the next generation of Africans and to just expose out different opportunities which are available if people can just come together and start working out their problems together. So that's what the book is all about.
Thank you. Your book feels a lot like it's set in the African Union. Are you basing it on the African Union and what happens in the African Union?
Yeah, so actually that's how we start. It starts as if the African Union becomes like something more robust, something more united, like more like the European Union, where we have like a common market, we have a common political structure, we have common economic structures, so that people start seeing themselves as Africans, as proud of their heritage, and so that's how the story evolves. So I put in it. So it's like a series. I just finished the first one, but I'm working on the second series because it's going to be a series where Africa starts getting together with all kinds of challenges and problems from within, problems from without, and kind of like navigating all these challenges to a point where we get to a place where we are also a first world continent as well. So that's a dream.
Thank you for your introduction and for bringing us up to speed with your work. Before we close, we're almost out of time. I just want to find out what each of you believe is the greatest shift that we will get as a people and as a continent when we start centering previously marginalized voices and identities. We'll start with Jamil, because he's right here next to me.
I think we are always poorer for telling stories that have a singular focus. There are ways of being, ways of imagining, ways of doing that are so valuable in the way of difference. So that's, to say that the ways in which people are different inspire them to think and imagine and do things in different ways. And those, I think, where we are currently as a continent, outside of the fact that, there are historical reasons for the underdevelopment of Africa, which is largely colonization and slavery, we have also, unfortunately, internalized a lot of that singularity, because that essentially was a project of making people think in one way, do things in one way, conform. And so a big part of where I think we could or should go from here is to reclaim the differences that existed before we were so, flattened by that system. And therein lies the solutions that we seek. Therein lies the progress that we seek.
Absolutely. In fact, what you just said reminds me of one of my biggest frustrations. My favorite thing, my only biblical reference is that in the beginning there was the word, and that word is found scattered along the Sahel and the coast of Somalia and the Swahili coast left as the manuscripts, but they're also written in languages that we can no longer decode, or that we do not decode and make sure that we all have access to and understand. And consequently, we still get told, or we still know Africa only from a single narrative, and usually one that has been crafted by colonialism, by slavery, one of a monolithic people, a monolithic existence. So I really think that what you said is really important, but also it reminds me that part of what I believe in, that part of the purpose of writing, not just oral histories, but writing, and then writing to be understood and to be shared, is so that the story itself becomes bigger than the time and place that it's meant for. Can we please hear from Shabnam?
Yeah, I mean, I'll keep it short. I agree with what Jamil is saying. And just to add to that, I always think of this example when you're writing, this great piece of advice I heard when you're writing is that when the more specific you get in the detail of what you're doing, the more the universal the writing actually gets to the reader. And it's strange because if I talk about Indian Muslim people in South Africa, women, right into that, the more deeper I go into the detail, the more people relate to that story. And it's strange, but it always seems to work somehow because, people actually attach their own details to your details. And so I think that, coming back to this idea of, telling the many different stories from Africa, is that the more you go into the details of each community or each situation, the more people will see how similar we all are by looking at our details and by learning through one another, And I just wanted to say, like, sometimes when I travel and I tell people I'm from South Africa, they're like, really? I didn't know there were Indian people in South Africa, And as much as I say, so I need to tell more stories about Indian people living in South Africa or the Indian community around and within in South Africa, because people need to know, there's things I don't even know. Like one of our speakers who was supposed to be here was Hafsa Zayan, I think. And she wrote about the Pakistani Nigerian community. And I didn't know about that at all. I didn't even know that existed. And I'm here with someone with a writer with so much access to so much information. And I didn't know that, So, this idea of like the importance of telling every single story to show the diversity, the detail and the nuance of any place in Africa, beyond the colonial ideas of what the continent is so important. So that's where I'll leave it at.
Absolutely, thank you. Marceline?
Yeah, thank you very much. I will very much agree with what Shabnam just said, and to piggyback on her point, I think there is power in diversity, and this is something that we need to actually harness. A lot of times in Africa, many African communities, we have not been very good at appreciating the value of our differences, and in fact, a lot of conflicts have come out of that. But if we can actually recognize the power that is in the other people, that we can actually learn from each other in terms of achievements, their backgrounds, and see how we can actually put all of these things together to move forward. Because when you look at all the great countries currently, we're talking about the US, we're talking about maybe the West, even in this country, in the UAE where I am, you have a diverse communities of people with different talents, with different abilities coming here to enrich these places, because back home we have not been given that opportunity. So we aspire, we need to aspire to have an Africa that will recognize the value of Africans of all stripes and all colors, and hopefully we will get a critical mass of enlightened Africans who will demand from our leaders and from our leaders of all across the board to show us what they are doing. We need to demand a result-oriented situations where we will be moving forward. And just to kind of like finish this, one of the things that I've done, my wife and I, we've started a school in a rural area back in Rwanda. It's just the primary and the nursery school. But the idea is all of these things that we've seen abroad, all of these excellent things that we've learned, we have to contribute back home so that together we can help each other to propel ourselves and our people to greater heights. And if we work together, we can achieve it.
Thank you. I'm going to open up to the audience for a Q&A. Anyone, any questions? There isn't any. Do you have a copy of your book to read for us?
To read?
Yes. No, I mean to read like a snippet.
No, I mean I could probably find a digital version of it.
No, don't worry, don't worry. Oh, there's a question. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Sora, I didn't see you.
Hello. You all talked about the differences that sort of make Africa great. What similarities have you all came across as you traveled Africa, as you traveled abroad? What are the similarities that also can help us, you know, if we want to strengthen ourselves, if there's something similar that we can all work on, you know?
Thanks. Marceline, would you like to start?
Oh, yes, sure. If I can just take 1 minute and say, the idea of Ubuntu, which is a strong idea in perhaps in Southern African parts of the, of Africa, and it's the idea of oneness, the idea that you cannot be all of you if I'm not all of me. You cannot achieve the fullness of your potential if I have not achieved that. So that element of valuing community, of valuing the other, which leads into solidarity, into helping one another. I think that element is there across across African communities. That wherever I've seen them, be it in the US, be it here in the UAE, or be it in Africa. We don't have that element of individualism as much as other societies. So I think that is a good thing, even though it can maybe sometimes, if you push it too far, it can lead to other negative consequences. But I think the idea of community, of valuing community and solidarity and cooperating with each other to achieve something, I think that's an element that we can utilize as Africans, because it's already there.
Thank you. Shabnam, do you have anything to add?
I don't have too much to add to that. Just, I think Marcelin said it well. I was just thinking about what he said, and I realized even when I'm traveling, you know, if I see, not that I'm comparing Asians and Africans, but if I'm traveling somewhere and I see someone from Kenya talking, or Nigeria, and I'll be like, in my head, or sometimes even I'll be like, hey, my brother or my sister, you know, but I will never do that if I see an Indian person or a Pakistani person or someone when I'm traveling. And I wonder, I don't know what that means. I don't know, maybe that means something about me, but I wonder what that means for what Marcelin said, you know, about individualism in Africa. You know, I just feel like if I see someone from Africa, I feel like I can connect quicker and faster, and we have some understanding. And I don't know what that means, but I was just thinking of this example in my head when you said that, and that is a good thing. That is a good thing. And I think that is a strength that we need to play to, because I don't think we see it enough. Yeah, I'm just gonna end there.
Thank you.
So the similarities that I often think about are not so warm and fuzzy, and don't always make us feel that good. But I mean, an unfortunate reality also of currently, as we exist today, that binds us as Africans is also a lot of trauma. That is quite a universal sort of, connection. And I think the reason why I'm mentioning it is not to sort of, not want to focus on the good things, but I think that what it does is it impacts on our ability to achieve the good things that were just mentioned. And with that trauma and the realization of it and the acknowledgement, it's an extremely difficult thing, but I don't think we've done enough work to actually acknowledge it and to actually resolve it. And it's a difficult thing. It's a very difficult thing, and it requires at present a lot of resources to do. And I understand, of course, that in itself is one of the issues with African societies, that it's under-resourced. But there are also ways outside of Western capitalist paradigms of seeking help and looking into each other to understand the impact that trauma has had on us. And I think ignoring it and sort of, like, often we talk about how we're so funny. We're such a funny people. We make lots of jokes, and that in itself is an attempt to cover things up, and run away from them. And so as much as what they are wonderful things, I think we have to remain aware of how that universal connection and experience of trauma impacts on our ability to actually achieve the things that we need to get out of this mess.
100%. And on that note, we'll bring it to an end, because trauma and violence and recovering from that is one thing that Africa has in common across all 5 regions of the continent. And another thing that we are seeing is that more and more people are gaining the confidence to write their stories. And I say people before authors, because often you were just telling your story and someone saw that actually it is a bigger story. It feeds into a bigger conversation. So thank you very much to all our authors for joining us. Thank you for writing your stories. And to everyone else who wants to write their story, remember, every story is legitimate. Write your story, let it go out. And if you want to know how to get over writing something that's not so comfortable to write about, you can read the makings of a Water Slams. Thank you and goodbye. Remember, bookshop, you can find all the books and we can swipe and be happy. It's never misspending if it's on knowledge.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Africa Design and Book Festival. Oh, sad for this moment, but you know what? All good things must come to an end. My name is Ukanya Sosibo, and I'm facilitating this final session for the afternoon. And we've had a phenomenal time, and I hope that you have engaged, you're intrigued, your appetite has just been tantalized, and you, after all of this, are going to be going out there and doing all things when it comes to reading, to writing, to illustrating, to just loving books. So in this final session, we are talking about the ups and downs of course, the road to self-publishing. If you can please help me welcome our panel. We start off there on my far left with Sue Nyati, who is an author. And then next to me, I've got Tseho Monaisa, also an author. And to my right, I've got Siphindile Mabena as well. And then at the very end, I have got, no, sorry, I swapped that around. Yes, I did. I've got Ubusisekile Khumalo. And then, sorry, Nopindiwe. Yes, Nosis Pindiwe at the end there, who's an author. My apologies. So I think we've got that right now. We've got Sis Sue, we've got Sis Tseho, we've got Sis Ubusisekile, and Sis Pindiwe at the end. All authors and all on a, I'm sure it is a challenging journey, but a rewarding journey, I'd like to assume, because a lot of times when we're speaking in the creative spaces, across all creative spaces, the most important thing is IP, right? Mm-hmm. And owning your IP, particularly in the context of the African continent, where a lot of times our ideas are some things that we don't own ourselves. So I think I'll start with you, Sue, and just your journey and your choice, if there was such a choice, and this is for all of you ladies, I'll just start with Mrs. Sue. Was it a choice to go the route of self-publishing?
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to respond to your question, no, it wasn't a choice. So I came into this, the publishing scene around 2011, after I'd penned my debut novel, The Polygamist. And then I got it edited. And then my editor, then said she'd help me get it published. And she approached different traditional publishing houses. At that point, I wasn't even aware that there was such a thing as self-publishing. I'd always, known about traditional publishers, and I just knew that one avenue. I didn't know there were other ways to get your work out there in the market. So after a lot of rejections from, the traditional publishers, she suggested that I should explore self-publishing. And she said to me, she felt the book was good and could do well. So just because publishers reject your work doesn't mean that it's bad. It just simply means that it's not something that, is in line with what they publish. So then that's how I then began my journey into self-publishing. It was simply through that,
Yeah.
So for me, I've got 4 books that I wrote. The first 2 were published by Sapphire Press in Cape Town. It was an imprint of Kwela Books, and they were looking for young Black authors to write love stories in an urban setting. So the first 2 books came out through Sapphire Press. Then the third book, Three Sisters, took a very different tone. It was about abuse that women face in relationships. And I initially wanted to go the traditional route. I also struggled to get accepted there. And then I actually thought, you know what? Because I'm in the film industry as well, if I self-publish, like you correctly said, I can retain the IP and I can adapt the work into, a film or series or whatever, web series. And I decided to go that route. And with my 4th book as well, Somersaults in the Hailstorm, I took the same approach. Because in as challenging as it is to self-publish, it is a costly experience, but ultimately I just thought I have the control. I market the book essentially by myself. It pushes me to network and promote and get to know my audience. So yeah, essentially that's why I decided to go the self-publishing route.
Thank you for that. And then, Sis Pindiwe, was it an option for you, a choice?
For me,
I think because I'm a control freak, it was the only choice. I love controlling things, and I love seeing things from the beginning to fruition. Yeah. So I was not doubting, but also I was writing a memoir. So it's a bit different in the sense that I had to control it. I had to see that the content was what I wanted. Yeah. I had to wake up people at 4 a.m. if I wanted, and those are the so-called backyard publishers, and I love them because everything starts from backyard. Big things start from backyard, and I love them because then I can say, wow, I thought of an idea. Because I was writing a memoir, it's a question of when you think of something that you've remembered from your childhood, you have to say it there and then to someone. And fortunately, I was lucky to get very professional people who were in the space, and I didn't, because it could have gone the wrong way. It's not like, well, it is there, but it can go very wrong. But like I said, if you want to control the process, you want to learn from the process as well, not only controlling it, because now I know how it goes. Yeah. And if you just throw there to the people who know about it and you're like, oh, okay, it's fine, it's being done, you're not learning anything. So I learned it from step by step, not that there isn't more to learn even when I write my second book. So.
Thank you. And then last but not least, was this a choice for you?
Yeah, it was a choice because I have a legal background and I know a bit of intellectual property. And I was very skeptical about actually sending my manuscript, like the whole sending your manuscript to someone. Yeah. What if they use your manuscript and not, acknowledge you? Like, so for me, it was a process of being skeptical, even though I had no knowledge of how to go about self-publishing. I had no publishing background or anything, but then it made sense, and I think I'm a bit of a control freak too. So because there are some scenes in my books which are very risky, So I didn't want someone to tell me to tone down the sex scenes, someone to tell me to tone this down, to do this and that. And so self-publishing made the most sense. It was hard. I didn't have the money for it, but I really am glad for the choice that I took.
So it seems like 3 people are control freaks except for you, Sue.
I am a control freak, but maybe not necessarily when it comes to the writing.
That. There's a golden thread that I'm seeing, and I'm thinking from a creative perspective, and I think there's a creative perspective, there's a business perspective, where these two things may work together or maybe work against each other. So from a creative perspective, and you touched on this, Busegile, about the fact that you don't want somebody telling you to almost alter what Sis Phindisiwe, you're saying in terms of allowing yourself what I'm thinking, what I'm remembering, what I'm trying to tell, and then somebody saying to you, yeah, we don't think the market is ready for that, because does the market know what they're ready for? So from a creative perspective, even if you are self-publishing, are there any limitations where you do have to take some sort of cues from the external, world, or is it just all free flow? We'll see if it wins, it wins. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'll try again. Does that exist in terms of the creative process? And then in terms of the business process, do you sometimes find that you have to limit yourself, I guess, again, creatively so that it can make business sense? So anybody can pick that up.
I can sort of answer that. Well, with the different genres that we've dealt with, me with a memoir, it is limiting in a way. It has got its downs, so it's not like it's all up. Because, I mean, if you were going to be publishing with an established publisher, I mean, they already are established, like we say, and they know how to attract the market. They know what is to be done out there. But you also are taking a risk of saying, let me do it myself and see how I can take all the steps, including the marketing of my own writing, and saying, let me go there. Let me go to these territories and see how I'm going to learn. Like I'm saying, it's a learning process. It can be a hard learning process, but you have to, someone has got to do it. But also someone has got to say, there are good people out there who are not big publishers.
True.
So they can take you there. So.
Thank you, Sis Pindiwe. I heard myself after I said it. I think I'm trying to put all these names together at the same time. Thank you, Sis Pindiwe. Yes, it was Segile.
I think that I never write for the market per se, but then there is something which will always limit you because we always have to fit our books into some sort of genre. And I always struggle with this, especially when I'm writing the information sheet, because yes, there are love connections in my books, but I don't feel like they're romance, you know. But then because there's no really the specific genre to, because I mostly focus on healing, but it's not they are not self-help books. They're fiction, but it's all about introspection. But I always portray it through stories of love or whatever. So now, at times when you can't find, you just now have to tick the available boxes, because then I cannot then, you can't then say, no, this is healing. There's no healing genre. So,
maybe
there ought to be, but you know, because you're going, whether you write, whichever way you write, right? I remember last year I was part of another panel and they put me under erotica. I was like, yeah, is it really? Is it? You know, but then that's sort of a me thing. I nitpick at things. So, but then sometimes we don't really fit in certain boxes. So then you have to mold, not the story per se, but the way you portray it to fit in that box. So when I'm now writing my synopsis, there are some keywords which I have to now write, which will, you know, maybe lead to a certain direction which the story itself is not taking, you know, because now I have to, you know, there's algorithms. You say the business part, there's algorithms to think about, that if I put these keywords on Amazon, they're going to pick them up, you know. I realized that if I put African fiction on Amazon, you know, it actually helps with the ranking of your story rather than if you just say romance, because then our market is, you know. So at times, even though you don't really write what is expected, or you're free to write whatever, but then you have to conform in some ways to what is there, you know, the books that are already there.
They should be adding boxes.
I
see, Sue, you have something to say?
Yeah, I agree with who see that, you know, for me, I don't write for a market. It's not like I sit there and think, who's my market? I never actually consider, and I always say that's a marketing thing, because when they consider who are they selling the books to, they're the ones who have to package it and say, this book would suit this particular market. But when I'm writing, I really don't have any audience in mind. And
other than just to tell the story.
So I think with the Polygamist, that was it. I mean, I wasn't thinking of like, who am I writing for? Who's the market? And I think for me, it was also a question. It wasn't really necessarily a business thing with me. I just, you know, I'd been writing for years, and I just wanted to see, you know, am I really good at this? You know, and so for me, it was like, let's see how it works. If I bomb, then I'll know that I'm not supposed to be. Because a lot of us think we're writers and we're not really writers. So it's like, it's a test. So, you know, if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So that was it wasn't necessarily like a you know, business, you know, motivation. It was also like a personal motivation.
So for me, I trained as a script editor. So before I even ever put pen to paper, I was taught about the technical aspects of writing. And for a long time, that petrified me because I was editing myself before I even told the story. I always loved writing. I grew up writing. And a friend of mine who writes for TV as well, Chisanga, said, just write, you know. And I think the beauty of writing books, for me, is the ability to free flow. Just tell the story. You don't have any gatekeepers per se, especially in self-publishing. You can just tell the story. And the audience that picks it up and likes it, you know. But Busi did speak about the genre, which is quite important to note as well, so that you can stay within the confines of the story that you're trying to tell. But within those confines, you can literally, you know, mix it up. You can mix it. You can mix the genres.
All
you
of
can,
them, tick all the boxes.
Yeah, there's just so much more freedom and creativity. And on the business side of it as well, I think you just have to find a way of marrying the two. The creative, because we are in a creative business.
Yeah.
So marry the creative with the business, create your own framework, do your own marketing, find your distribution. And for myself, like I said as well, if you can have like an adaptation of it, the world really is your oyster. You've got so much more freedom.
But I just want to, say, I mean, my last 2 books have been traditionally published. And I tend to disagree with this, like, gatekeep or control of your content. Because in both my books, what I wrote is what was published. It's not like there was like a thing of, no, this doesn't work. It wasn't an issue of that. That idea still was not, tampered with. Look, obviously there'll be editing, right? And I don't mind being edited, but the story that I wrote is the story that got published. It's not like I can't say, I don't recognize what was published in the end. So I also think we tend to say, publishers will kill your content. Not necessarily. I don't agree with that, yeah.
The conversation is the ups and downs of the road to self-publishing. And I had another question, but since you touched on that, do you think maybe that experience was guided by the fact that you had already had something in the bag that you'd self-published? Do you think that might be the same story for somebody who, is, just a Kanya? I think I'm a writer, I write something, and then there is the story, something that is interesting to an established publisher. Do you think that for you, maybe there was that leeway or that respect that was given to you because you had already done it yourself? So they just knew that, Sue knows what she's doing. Do you think maybe that played a role?
I don't think so, because normally even in the editorial process, when they want to change something, there's always a discussion, and there can be a fight even around why you want to change it. So for me, I feel like it's never imposed. It's a question of you saying, why do you want to change that? And it's a question of me saying, I don't think we should change that. And so I don't know. Maybe I'm the only author that experiences that, but I'd like to think that's probably how it works. But there's always that discussion.
All right, I'm going to just ask 2 more questions and then open it up to the floor so that we can have maximum time with the audience for them to engage you. Just in terms of, if you can think of one con, one pro, that the journey of self-publishing has offered you, or that you'd recommend to, a young Kanya who's just like, okay, maybe I do want to write. Is there, off the top of your mind, what's the first thing that comes to you? Is it a pro? Is it a con? And if you can just share one of each, anybody can start who has got bells ringing.
I think that with me also, one thing I didn't mention enough is the control of the course. What you put in and what you... like Sue said, that when you're writing a book, don't really think you are in business. Don't really think you're going to make money. Just think, I am writing a book. Mine was thought like 5 years back, and COVID helped in the last 2 years to actually now sit down and say, now I'm doing it.
Yeah.
But it's a memory, something that I decided that this has to be a record for my offspring, for my everybody, for whoever. But like Sue said, that you don't know who is going to buy your book, first of all. So it's not like doing soap, a Lux soap to wash your face. You know that so-and-so is going to go and buy it at Pick and Pay. So a book is not like that. A book is like you write and you'll be surprised who your market is when the book is out. Right now, I'm very surprised with the people who I'm like, oh, really? And what is actually very interesting is that when that person said, I bought 5 copies of your book, and I go and read it again. So I've read my book maybe 1,000 times. That, oh, is that what is written?
Is that the link?
Which page are you on? And then there was something, I'm on page 20. Wow. So that is the thing. But the ups of the well-established publishers is that they can make, like Sue said, they can make your book better, really. I mean, they've got the experience, they will give you good advice. But you will definitely, like I said, I will stick to my first point that you learn from doing something. If you build your first house and you ask someone else to build your second house, you will be now telling them, no, I didn't do it like that before, so let's go this way. So I think that's how I feel.
Okay, so I like that. So there is, you can control the course, you can learn, and I think learning is a very important thing in any process, particularly, you know, when it comes to us females, because there's a lot of industries that we've been blocked out of because we don't have the skill, or so we are told. So the learning and the creative space, Genji, the world over, a lot of people find themselves at the short end of the stick because they did not understand the process.
Yeah. I think one of the pros to self-publishing, not only do you control what you're writing or what you're putting out there, but also the fact that, as she's already said, you learn a lot, but also the way you interact with the readers. I feel like before, growing up, I used to be an avid reader, but I couldn't see myself talking to Titi Dangaremba like just, oh, Chimamanda, because they were like, they were sort of, I can't really say a wall, but they were somehow unreachable, you know, they were somehow there where, you know, they were behind the editor, the publishing houses and, you know, appearances and all that stuff. Of course, social media has helped, but still, there's this interaction that we as self-published authors are sort of not forced per se, but really because you do everything. You do your own marketing. So you sell your books at some point. Every self-published author, before we get the books into bookstores, there's a time where I remember driving around Johannesburg delivering my first, you know, the first copies, you know, and I would get lost. Some people would say, no, I'm in Johannesburg. Then you find out that she's actually in Centurion. So, but the interaction, you know, when you meet the readers, you're so young, you're so this, you're so the interaction with readers is one of the best things that you can take out of self-publishing. That personal touch, the fact that they can WhatsApp you at any time. You know, I get people WhatsApping me at 12, why did you do this? And I'm like, do you know that I have a life? So there's that interaction, but then the downside is you have to like pay like the money part. And I feel like a lot of us as creatives, we don't think of writing as a business. You know, you don't really think about the business side of it until you get to a point where, okay, this book is finished, what now? You know? And so one of the things that I think that it goes back to education, maybe from primary level even. I come from a school whereby, you know, there was a demarcation. It's either you're doing arts or sciences or business, right? And so where they intersected, we didn't really, the most I did was commerce, I think. But then, and accounting as you know, but then there's the business part, you know. As a self-published author, you have to do everything from writing, making sure that the editor, you know, getting the proofreaders, everything. You have to know a little bit about graphic design because you're going to be the one who's, you know, behind everything. And so a lot of self-published authors have to, like, diversify their knowledge, you know. And it's draining. It's honestly draining because there are some times where I even tell my readers that, no, I don't feel like selling books by myself anymore. But now the down part is that they enjoy the fact that I sign the books personally. But it's draining because now you're sending hundreds of books via PEP, via whatever. So that's the downside, the business part, which is not fun for a creative. But and if you're in an established publishing house, you have people doing that for you. You have people setting up the media for you. You have people, but you know, you just show up, you be pretty, you talk about your books, and then you know. But then with us, you have to knock on every door by yourself. You knock until you get there. You know, everything you have to do, and it's a lot of work. And so if it's not something you're really passionate about, it's easy to give up. because it's a whole lot of things that you don't know, a whole lot of things that will test you, a whole lot of things that will get you out of your comfort zone. So yeah, those.
Sure. I'm not writing that anymore. So any pros and cons that come to mind, Mrs. Suasi?
Yeah, I agree with Ubusi. For me, the cons is admin. And
and creatives don't like admin.
I hate admin. And the funding, right? I mean, look, I have a business background. I studied finance and investment. So I understand that side of the business. And even when I self-published The Polygamist, I was able to get funding for that book, right? But because I didn't understand the book industry, I was very naive when I went into publishing. I didn't know how books, I always had this idea that books, you put them in the store and they'll fly off the shelf. And so I told the person who invested, I said, I'm sure end of the year, 6 months, you'll have your money back, right? And I didn't understand that, there's a wholesale price and retail. There's a difference, and the distributors and the middlemen. So you're not necessarily getting the whole retail. There's cuts in between. So it was also a shock. And then I had to now redo my numbers, redo my model, because it was also a learning curve, like Upsis Pindi was saying. You now have to learn and understand how the business works. And that, sometimes you paid 60 days, it's not, paid, as the books are sold. So, and that also affects your cash flow. So it really was a learning curve. And I think as you start to do higher print runs, it becomes more financial, costly financially, and and managing that cash flow. So for me, it's the admin that really I find is a con. So the pros in terms of being traditionally published, it's the marketing side, and them handling all that stuff. So I mean, look, The Polygamist is still I still publish that book on my own, right? And it's been like over 10 years now. And that book is still selling, even till today it still sells. So that's still my baby, right? I call it my cash cow. So, but what has helped is that, with the marketing that I got with my subsequent books when I was traditionally published, it's expanded my base, my reader base, which has then, that's why then that book continues to sell, because people who read my other books then go back to, and so it gives it life, and I've grown that market. Because sometimes when you self-publish, you're limited in terms of your reach. But now I think as compared to when I first started in 2012, distribution has improved. There are other distributors now who have a greater reach. I think a lot has changed, and I've seen the change in the industry. So for me, it's the admin that's the killer. Because remember, also as a writer, you still have to write books. You still have to do more novels. Right, yeah.
Sit down and write them.
So admin can really take up a lot of time, doing the books, doing the accounts, recons, filing with CIPC, that's the reality. Those are the things that you have to do.
So for me, definitely owning the IP is a huge pro. Like, it's a huge pro. Because, you want to own your narrative, you want to own the context of the story that you're telling, you want to be able to adapt it, do radio dramas, whatever the case might be. And I think Ospindile mentioned the legacy for our children as well. So I might not necessarily make the money back in my lifetime, but hopefully if we do expand the work into other territories and other adaptations, then my children will reap, the royalties and the benefits of that process. The cons, sure. The cons for me is the money. I didn't have the foresight to sit down and do a financial plan of how I wanted it to work. I just saw a gap and I was like, I'm gonna do it. And I didn't really think about the sales and how that implicates, the cash flow and the return. Even breaking even is so difficult. So for me, definitely the money that you put in and getting that money back, at least to break even and make some sort of return, has been a con. But the process is fulfilling enough for me to
take on.
It outweighs, the pro outweighs the con for me slightly.
And I think on this,
Can I just add on that also what she just said about legacy and all that? What I decided to do was to have a bit of a mind shift from business so that I don't get stressed with not breaking even. So I sort of because my book is a memoir and it's more about my mother, it's more about the suffering woman, who she was, and the background of the women, how they suffered then, pre-apartheid, and how they are not mentioned with the suffering, and other people are mentioned that we know, and there's always the woman who was there. So I decided to link it with my mother's foundation, and I said, Belega's the foundation, who's my mom.
Okay.
So to me, that became fulfilling. So I always just a little bit say, yeah, I'm writing it for that, but for this purpose, if you know what I mean.
Yes, yes, yes.
So let me just, it's not like saying forget about that money and just drive it there, but at the same time, if you see that you're channeling that money there and people see that you're channeling the money also, a portion of it, because also you've got costs that you've done, you printed the book and blah, 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 blah. But if 10 rands is going to promote those girls that she promoted when she was alive, I thought, to me, then there's a little bit of fulfillment behind it to say, yeah, it's not just about me writing a book. Is it sold? Who am I going to sell it to? So, and also there's continuity there.
Yes, yes. You know, before I open it to the floor, two things, and I think you've just touched on it, Sis Pindiwe, is that, you know, every time women do something, you know, even in business, and I think that's why, you know, a lot of men would like to argue this, but business are more fruitful, more sustainable, because women, it's not just about, you know, the rands and cents. There's always something to it. So there's a lot more in terms of, you know, the reach. You know, it might not always be a financial gain, but there'll always be some sort of change that reaches, is far-reaching. To the floor, before we open up, I'd just like to open up with a question. How much do you think it costs just to publish a book? Like, I'm here, and I want to publish a book. How much do you think? Can we just throw some numbers? Like, how much do you think it is? Any figures? Any? At the back there, I see this conversation. That number that's in your mind. That number, please. 100,000. Okay, okay, I can work with that. What would that be? Because I've just written this book, and I'm hoping. So the lady there is offering me 100,000. I'm happy to hear that. What are you offering? Please don't go lower than 100. I like the 100,000. 90,000. So can we just take it to 110? I mean, she started it very high there, 100. So we've got 90,000. We've got 100,000. What is your number when you say you think, you know, 80% of the profit? So give or take. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You are the girl I befriended in varsity who just was gonna, you know, help me pass here. Help me pass. But I don't know, ladies, before we open it up, is there like a rough number that you can give? Yes, we know, as she mentioned, there's so many moving points, moving parts. It depends where you are. Is there, you know, are you in a particular space? Maybe before, as you mentioned, you're in TV, so people, that is carrying over into the market from the financial world. People are like, oh, it's so nice to have somebody who's creative, and it moves on from that. But do you think there is a bit of a baseline to say, like a lot of things that, listen, if you don't have, I don't know, 100,000, like, is that too little?
It's a lot.
Oh, it's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yay, thank you.
Because I'll start where I started, you know, because when I started writing, I just left my job at Steers, so I was a cashier at Steers. So I didn't have an income, so 100,000, I wasn't going to get it anyway. So my first 100 books, I think in overall it was about 10,000 rands.
Really?
Yeah. In terms of printing, it was a little over 7,000 for those 100 copies. And then there's obviously the cover design, the typesetting as well. I did my editing was done pro bono So that's maybe that's why the money.
that's why.
That's why the
That's
money.
why.
We thank the people, we thank the pro bono people. We thank the-
That's why. Because with editing you can get 16,000 going upwards, So but back then. So where there's a will, there's a way.
Definitely.
So I'm just saying that to someone maybe who doesn't have a job, but they have a story, you don't need the 100,000. We want the 100,000, but you don't need it like to really start. You can start small, and then the thing is to put back that money into printing more books. Because at first I sort of shortchanged myself. I didn't know much, so even the way I said the first copies, I was like 200 rands per copy, you know. For me, that was going to be a lot of money, but then I hadn't put in the transport costs, the other costs which are there. So, but the thing I did, which made me to still be here today, is that I didn't spend that money. When I got the money, I put it back into printing more copies. So the problem is with a lot of self-published authors, you find that maybe they don't have the money to start, and when they do start, they already need that money to survive or to do other things. So I was fortunate enough to have someone else taking care of the costs, like my day-to-day costs. So I took that money and put it back into and so then you start seeing the profit. There's no profit like the first. So you start seeing the profit when you start printing 1,000 copies, which is where you'll need that 100,000. So that's when you start seeing the profit. But if you want to start, you can start small. But the thing is, always reinvest that money into printing more. Otherwise, if you spend that money, then you will not have money to print more books.
The floor is open. Question, comments? Yes, Sis Laurent. Yes. Yep. Do they have a mic for you?
Yeah, I just want to add that, you know, with publishing, the higher the print run, that it's cheaper.
Yes, they put
because I remember when I first did I did, I think, 1,000 to start off with. Because it worked out cheaper per copy. Because the smaller the print run, the more expensive it is. It's a volume game.
The unit price drops as you as the
But I also feel that it's different ways that we do business as well, even with your book. Because it depends whether you first put that money up front or you want to start with no money and then grow it. And also you must think of the stages. It's like a business now when we get there. Because which stage am I at? Who am I paying right now? Who must I pay right now? But is that money there? Do I have banked money to say, now I'm paying publishers, my editor, now I'm paying my whoever, or now I'm paying my whoever. Then you're running smoothly. And do I really want, because me as someone who's a marketer, who's started marketing, I really don't want to keep stock. Because keeping stock, if I say I'm printing 1,000, I'm sitting with it at home, I feel, I'm like, wow, they're still there. No. Okay, if you say I'm ordering 70 books, I can print them in 3 days. So why keep that stock?
Got you.
But then also, like she's saying, that when you print more, you are better off, but you can print more and have it at home.
Yes,
so what's the point? So,
true.
To me, so it's different strokes for different folks.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sure you can hear me.
Yes.
Oh, it's on. Okay, great. I thought it wasn't on. Thank you very much. I just really wanted to find out from everyone a practical self-publishing tip that any of us in this room can walk out with and apply. And if you're consistent in applying that, you know that you will get your returns.
Financial returns.
Any sort, like it could be financial returns, it could be that you actually have a product and you're able to get it out and it becomes visible and it becomes a book with other books in exclusive, in bargain book, or wherever it is that we all buy books.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
And my answer will be that with self-publishing, it's different here. But what you will need to self-publish is professional people still to work with. Please have a very professional editor and someone who's going to publish your book who is professional. Because you can either go very wrong. It can go very wrong. And you would wish you had just put the money and did with a very good a big publishing house. But you save your cost if you get very good people, good editor, and I mean, it just flows. Once you get the first 2 good people, it just flows because everyone else knows the good people along the way in this industry.
Yeah.
But if you get the wrong way, I mean, like, I heard a story yesterday of someone who published 1,000, and they had all mistakes. They had to be withdrawn from exclusive because, and it was already published. Yeah. So those are nightmare stories. So your other question was, if you self-publish, you're just going to fly into exclusive. No, you're not going to fly to exclusive or Bridge Books if you have self-published. But you're going to have to work your way through there. But you have to be proud of your self-published book and say, I am going to sell it one way or the other. Yes, you will end up in exclusive books. But to me, do you really want to be at exclusive books, but you are not a celebrity who is having a poster in front of exclusive and your book is at the back shelf? But I am at exclusive, but I didn't see your book at exclusive. Where exactly is it at exclusive? No one knows. So rather have you know that you are selling your book. Yes, you will get to exclusive one day, but that doesn't stop you from selling your book now. When you are self-published, it's not going to be at exclusive tomorrow.
Yes, so I think what I meant by that was, how does a self-publisher, a self-published author, sell books in a way that's professional and meaningful? Because I think it's all good and great to self-publish, but ultimately it's still a product.
Yes, it has to be sold.
Distribution.
Yes, yes, yes. The technology is so advanced today. Social media is the best way to sell your book. Your launch, you can launch your book 5 times, by the way. And when I launched my book, in an hour, I had sold 50 copies in that launch. So, and those 50 people came back for more copies.
Yeah.
So word of mouth, don't ever undermine word of mouth.
Yeah.
Number one
Don't
marketing.
ever undermine word of mouth, because they will say, I mean, listen, go buy that book. Social media, use your social media. Use every platform.
We are running out of time. If there's any other questions, just please, we want to note you. Okay, I see you, Lamel. I see you at the top there, because we are running out of time. Okay, we've got 4 questions. Can we please just get the mics going? Oh, there's another one there. Okay, I'm going to give you a minute each two, and then we'll take that question.
Yeah. I think the first thing is to have a following. Build your following even before you publish, you know, because I had a following on Facebook, and it helped when I finished the Harvard Wife. The first 100 copies were sold out within a week, because already there were people who were anticipating it. So it's always good, because you don't have the base that published authors have, or you don't have the media, you will not have that media coverage. So it's always good to build your base as you write, you know. It's okay to write snippets for people, you know, get people interested in your work, and also to be prepared for the middlemen, because there is no way you are going to get your books into all the bookstores by yourself. You know, a lot of people always think that as self-published authors we get all the money from the books. We don't. That book, it might be selling for 300 at exclusive books, and I'll only get 100 rands from that 300, because some of the money will go to exclusive books, some of it will go to my distributor, and then the remaining comes to me.
You. Yeah.
So you have to prepare yourself for that, you know, and don't now start throwing tantrums, because it's the way it works. We are working to find a way to cut out the middlemen, but for now you have to be prepared for it.
Sue, and then we'll come to you.
Yeah, so I was just saying, you know, even if you're self-published, you need to think of it as being traditional published, because that's your competition. So your product must be produced to the same spec. Your book must be able to stand, you know, next to a traditionally published. And I've seen a lot of wonderfully presented self-published books on the market that compete effectively, and that's what you must always aim for. So don't take shortcuts. Just because you self-publishing, and I know financially it can be draining. The temptation is to cut this out, maybe cut the editing, and do it yourself. People say, no, I edit myself. Don't do that. You really have to invest in the professionals, and it'll pay off in the end. Yeah.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I work for a traditional publisher, and from listening to the conversation and everything that you guys have been saying, apart from Mamsu, who's already published traditionally, the other authors, would you guys ever consider traditional publishers? And also, what is it that traditional publishers could do to woo you in that sense, to kind of have that partnership with them and say, you know what, this is our project, it's not really like yours? Or is that what puts you off in a sense? Because I think as traditional publishers, we do see the rise of self-publishing and always wonder what it is that we can do to actually be there for authors and actually want authors to be with us and go on a journey together in a sense.
Okay, so I'll ask two of you to respond to that while we get the other questions, so we can get all the questions and try to answer everyone before our time is up. So I'm interested to respond.
I can answer that.
Yes.
I can answer that. I would do. I mean, this was my first baby. And you know how it works. Like I said, that I wanted to know how it works, the steps. So now when I'm with you, I already know what goes in, what goes out. Because, I mean, if I intend to write in future more published books, I would really go the traditional way now. And now that, like I said, now that I know that this is what happens when a book goes there. But also, I do think you traditional publishers should come to the party with the authors and do reduce and do look at the costs and do look at other things and be personal and be there, in terms of guidance, in terms of. I mean, I used to wake them up at 4 a.m. I don't expect that to happen with you and say this happened. But at the same time, yeah, I would. I would say I would use a traditional.
Yes. So I know that. So I know that you have been traditionally, and then you chose.
Yeah.
So I'll let you answer this. Then we'll take a question, and then we'll come back.
I think the thing for me would be the investment from the traditional publishing companies in order to establish the author in a competitive market. The market is saturated. So if traditional publishers can come on board with strong elements of branding and marketing and making sure that your particular work stands out from the crowd, despite the genre that you're writing in, despite the language, despite the territory, then I think there can be some sort of marriage between the traditional publisher as well as the self-published author. Just a bit more investment, even if you consider perhaps a slate of work and not just a once-off book, maybe 3 books, one every year for 3 years, or something of that nature, I don't know. And from a business perspective, because of that, perhaps a revenue split with the books as far as the IP is concerned.
I just want to jump in quickly. You know Takalani M? She's been self-published, and then was it Kwela that picked her up?
Yes.
For one of her books.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, after that book, she went back to self-publishing. So that should tell you something. Yeah.
So,
I hope I answered your question.
a bit of self-reflection there, I guess, from the big guys, the whole David and Goliath thing, that yes, they acknowledge that you would make their lives easier, but I think also people want to feel like they're being heard, there's an investment put in there. Can we take our question?
Just a quick one. Can we get the titles of the books of the different authors, and maybe some way we can come into contact with each of you?
Sure. I'll do that towards the end. Thank you. Noted.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. This was really very informative. My question is, some of it you answered already. I had a list. I'm down to 3 questions. How long is the process, the self-publishing process? I know you've been mentioning all, the moving parts and the different aspects and the challenges, that you face, the pros and cons, but how long would you say the process would be to self-publish.
Okay, you said you've got 3.
Yeah, I do.
So you can give me all 3
My
of them.
second one was, I think you sort of answered it because you've been mentioning the editors, and I was going to ask, you know, how do you find this professional? How do you ascertain this is the editor that I want to use for my book? That's my second question. And then my third question was similar, you know, to what Tshepiso asked here. Do you guys sort of give, I was going to ask for your numbers. If it's possible, you guys can leave your numbers and, you know, possibly be available in sort of a mentoring, because you guys have been through the journey, and sort of be available in sort of a mentoring way to those who want to go self-publishing. Because I write myself, and I think the whole publishing area has just been a challenge for me. And I have been thinking of self-publishing, but then I don't know where to go, I don't know who to ask. You know, I don't have people around me who have sort of gone down that journey. So that's why I'm very happy to be here and to be, you know, in the same space as you guys.
Thank you. Was there another question? No? Oh, yes, Lamal, can we please get that? Can we get that question? And then, ladies, I hope you have noted some of those questions because due to time, I'm then going to allow you to answer what you can remember, hopefully. But I'm noted the being able to connect with you, so I will pick that up as we close. And also, you know, the titles of the books. Lamal.
So I'm a self-published poet, and this has been really, really interesting and actually hilarious at times. But what I wanted to ask about is distribution in the rest of the continent. I'm having trouble with that.
Wow.
Okay,
Well,
all
that's
right.
a political
Well, that's,
question.
well, I mean, can we get another hour? Can we get another hour? So I think, sure, yeah, that is a mouthful. So I'll start from you, Sisu, and then I'll bring it around.
I'll just jump on the distribution. Yeah, it's difficult because rights are involved. So even whenever you publish a book, it comes with rights. So you need to know which rights you have. And for if you want to be available in Rwanda, for instance, sometimes you have to then sell the territorial rights so that to a Rwandanese publisher, so they can publish it there. That makes it cheaper. If you try to move it, postal, it's, you know, the cost of doing that it becomes very prohibitive, duty, and then your books become too expensive. And so try and sell your rights to get the book published in those countries. So look for publishers in those countries where you want to be and get them to publish your book there. It just makes it more accessible to the people there, and it's cheaper for them as well, for the people in those countries. Because what I find is when you try to distribute, you know, through land or whatever, post, whatever, it becomes very expensive. And it's the same overseas when you start to go overseas markets as well. It's a rights issue as well.
Do you have to give all, like when you say the rights, are you now giving everything away?
No.
Or you still?
The bundles is for that region, so they're territories. So like now, for instance, with our books, you have the Southern African rights. So they just cover in Southern Africa, you know, distribution in Southern Africa. So they can do Namibia, Lesotho, Swaziland, Zimbabwe. So, but when you start to the north, you then have to get other rights to go up there, to sell the rights so that they can do it there.
So I hope that was responded. Do you still want to respond to that, Sispin?
I want to respond to the lady about the length. She asked about the length.
Yes, how long it takes, the process, yes.
It goes back to what I said earlier, that it depends on who you're working with. Because it can take 3 years, it can take 10 years if you got the wrong people. So first of all, you must get the professional people, like I said, because there is going to be a lot of a back and forth. Each chapter is going to go to you and go back to one of the editors. I had at least 2 or 3 people who were checking my work. So it would start there and there and there, and it goes back and forth. So if it's people who pick up your emails in a minute when you send them, it can take 6 months. If it's some people who but fair enough, a year, if you self-publish, and I mean within your writing time, because you're not just going to throw in everything to them, you have to give something to them, because I know people who say, can you write a book for me? So that doesn't work. You have to write your book and then give it to people, and then that's where the process starts. So you can't give a specific time unless you get people who are diligent, people who know what they are doing, you know? So it's very important. So when you said, how do you identify the people? There's a space, there's really a space. When you just get into this space of authors and writing and publishing, you will be able to identify who is the right people. Because I ended up with, she said, you get to write your book, and I think 80% of writers write books and say, and then what? What now? And I ended up, my book is published by a publisher called What Now Publishers.
What now? What now? What now?
A tip for how you can get to know of those people. When you're reading books, there's the acknowledgements. Look at the acknowledgements. They'll be right to my editor, so and so. Look up that person. To my copy, to my graphic designer, so and so. There's always details. But a lot of people, when we're reading books, we just skip to chapter 1. You know. But there's a wealth of information, especially in the first page, where there's the ISBN number, there's the printers, everything.
Designers, everyone,
copy
editor, all of them are there.
And you can get that information. And when it comes to mentoring, I've realized that a lot of people do not respect other creatives' time. In a sense that if you come to me and say, may you please mentor me? And I can be like, okay, it's fine. I charge 200 rands per hour. Usually, no one ever comes back after that.
Is that mentoring still?
You know, because if it's, you know, if it's, okay, whatever charge that but if it's just a small amount, even if I just say 200 rands per hour, you know, but then you can get someone saying, can I just run this question by you? Because the reason why I started saying, okay, it's this amount is because you'll find someone saying, can I ask a question about publishing on Amazon? Then you end up spending 2 hours on the phone with that person. And that is time I could be writing, time I could be looking after my kid or whatever I'm doing, you know. But people want information, but they want it for free, you know. And if you want it for free, you can get it on Google. But if you're going to come to someone, you know, and you want to spend their time, if you want them to spend an hour with you or for them to teach you whatever you want, be willing to pay for it. You know?
A question, you know, to that before I do want to come to our circle is that then not also a limitation or another, you know, barrier? Because, you know, as you're speaking about, you know, we know that the creative, as you say, the creative industry does not get the respect that it deserves holistically, right? So now the young Kanya who now wants to write, who is not going to be able to even have the money to publish that, but they do need guidance because they must not repeat the mistakes that Mrs. Pindo was speaking about of printing 1,000 books, kanti they've got there's just spelling errors, there's just a whole lot of things going wrong without the limitation of finances. Is that they're not closing it in? This is just, you know, a thought.
Okay, the reason why I say it, especially with mentoring, there is asking me a question. If you can just ask me a question to say, how do I get an ISBN number? I will tell you that for free. Which editor should I use? I will tell you that for free, right? But now, if you're going to ask me to read through your 300 and something page manuscript, and then you want, you know, you want coaching, you want writing coaching, like, you
that
know,
I can
it's,
understand. Yes.
Can I just? I think there is a way to structure it where, you know, you can tap into the resources that we've got as government facilities. So if you're lucky enough, you could go to the NAC and apply for funding, do workshops. I'm big on development, but it has to make sense, time-wise and money-wise. So I wouldn't necessarily charge the people who are coming to the workshop, let's say in Mafikeng, but I would have the funding from the government. So that line item for the venue, the catering, my time, the labor, it's all covered. So I think in those types of forums, and then you've got kids coming from in and around Mafikeng, the villages and whatever, you know, however big the venue is, but you can accommodate a larger number of people at one time and do it maybe every quarter, as opposed to doing it one-on-one. I think that would make more sense.
So because time is important. Sorry.
But it's very important what I'm going to say, because they just touched on money and people who don't have the money. And the Department of Arts and Culture was here yesterday. Yes. And there is a platform where people can get publishing money from the Department of Arts and Culture. It's their baby. They have to guide people. And that money is available and people must know about it. And the chief director of Arts and Culture was here yesterday saying here is a person who you can direct your monetary needs to if you say this is what I'm going to publish and all that. So it's not all doom and gloom.
Okay, noted. I hope you heard that. And then
just in closing, I think with mentorship, I personally don't have time to mentor. And people always say, when you say you don't have time, people think you're being difficult or she's full of herself. I honestly don't have time because I have to read as well. Writers need to read. I have to write. I still have to earn a living on top of all that. So I don't have time. And that's a very honest, response. When I say, people get angry, they'll send you emails, can you mentor me? And I say, I don't have time. I honestly don't. But what I do know is I know people who offer workshops on self-publishing, the publishing process. And I always share that information. But people aren't interested.
Yeah.
And now there is a lot of information that's available. And I always share and I say, look, there's this webinar going on. You can actually log in at home, it's free. But people just want to be spoon-fed a lot of the times I found. And I really think if you really want to write, you really should invest the time in attending these seminars. Some of them are sponsored by Department of Arts and Culture. Take time to go. And they'll guide you. They'll tell you how to do the ISBN step by step. Now it's so much easier now. I think when we all started, we were in the dark on how it works. But the information is out there. Yeah.
All right. Oh, all good things must come to an end. And I can't believe I'm the one to deliver the bad news. And thank you so much for your participation. The audience, I hope that you would have gotten some responses to that. I think the one thing that we surely can take away from the conversation, as brief as it was, because I really had like to go on more, is, whatever it is that you do, and this is coming from you, Sis Phindi, this is what I was hearing, is that whatever you do, make sure that you are doing it, and it's not just a thing you are doing. It must always think of it as something professional, something to be proud of, because then you don't take the shortcuts that Sisu was speaking about, where people then take shortcuts. Now you think you can self-edit. Hey, you need new eyes, guys, if you're just writing an assignment for school. Just an assignment for school, right? And you're not trying to make money out of that. And trying out new things, is that, if you can, if time allows you, if finances allows you, if the support structure allows you, try out the things. The importance of owning your IP. I think the importance, for me, this was a very important conversation to have because owning IP is everything. And I think that a lot of things, we are given away, but when you own your own IP, it can become a legacy. Absolutely. It is something that you can pass on and on and on. So ladies, I know we're running out of time, but I really want to give you one more time. Just one line, one thing that you can say, this is your thing. If they forgot everything else that you said, that's the thing you want them to remember you with. And also your books, the titles of your books, and maybe get just the platforms if you're not comfortable giving out your private numbers, but platforms where they can get your books.
Okay, so I'm on Instagram and Twitter @Sunyati and Facebook. So it's consistent across all platforms. You can find me there. I've got 3 published non-fiction books, The Polygamist, The Gold Diggers, A Family Affair, and a non-fiction anthology that I edited called When Secrets Become Stories, Women Speak Out. So those are the 4. And then I'm working on my 5th book at the moment.
That's amazing.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm Tseho. I think you said a tagline. I think mine would be love stories in an African context. That's pretty much what I write. Female-centric love stories. So I'm tsehomunesa.com. That's my website. My books are available on my website. I've got one called 3 Sisters, and the other one is called Somersaults and the Hailstorm.
Thank you.
I am Busisegile Kubalo, and I don't have Instagram at the moment, but I am available on Twitter and on Facebook as well. I have a Facebook page where I sample some of my writing. It's called Sister Wife. I have published 5 books, The Harvard Wife, Noma Swazi, Lola's Heart, Fallen Candle, and the recent one is The Princess and the Piper.
I mean.
So, yeah, if there's one thing that you must take away from me is that writing is not only something that you do, it's something that is given to you. You know, it's a gift, you know, whether you believe in God or your ancestors or whatever, but writing, you know, a lot of us as Africans, you know, everything about us is, you know, rooted in spirituality. So, and for your gift to grow, you have to put in the work. So whatever you do, be ready to put in the work.
Be ready to put in the work. This is Pindi. Save the best for last.
My book is called The Echoes of the Mountains and The Unspoken Champions, and it's a memoir. I am on Instagram and I'm on Facebook as Pindiwe Mgijima Mabena. I wrote a book about my family and myself. But what I stress in my book is what I want everyone to take away today. No one can stop, because my book is about the history of South Africa and it's about the healing and the healing that we're going through, and people are saying we had our independence in 1994, and I'm here to say no one is going to tell us now we have healed. Everybody must write. As long as we haven't heard all those stories, we haven't heard nothing. And there is no one who didn't suffer that during that period, and we want to hear that story. So everyone must write, and no one can say enough. You've talked about so much about that time. It will go on forever as long as we are not fully healed.
Sure. Well, you guys were an absolutely phenomenal audience. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much to all my panelists. And I think for me, this is the perfect way to end this book festival, because, you know, yesterday I heard somebody speak about Africa, your time is now. And I do see that a lot of the audience is predominantly females. And I want to say that a lot of times, a lot of women feel that their voices aren't heard, they're being muted. You can see here, they've done it themselves. So for me, to you, I'd like to say that your voice is definitely worth hearing. As Ms. Pindi said, your story is one that we want to hear because you can heal someone else. That's how we wrap up our final session for the Africa Book and Design Festival. My name is Kanya Sosibo. Have yourself an absolutely phenomenal weekend.
Thank you so much, you guys. That was really